Welcome to another episode. SandCity Sports. How we doing out there? How's your Wednesday going? Middle of the week, right? It's all downhill from here. Let's get our socials in order. See what's going on. Yes. All right. And what else is happening? We got a Sanders injury and we got a Shohei indictment. Sanders injury, Shohei indictment. Let's get. All right. Facebook is good. IG is good. I can't. Let's take a look here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A couple people checked in. Very good. YouTube is all right. Twitch is all right. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful. Oh! Still had one of the programs on. All right. Shout out to Jason Smith. Jason Smith and the Mike Harmon Show, Fox Sports Radio. No doubt. Okay, folks. Our socials are good. We're locked in for another episode of SandCity Sports. So much to get to on this Wednesday. Thank you so much for tuning in, checking in. And you know what this is. You know what time it is. Hey! SandCity. Business. Go! I am your host. What are we doing here? It's production error. Let's run that back. Welcome to SandCity Sports, folks. Here we are. To the business. I am your host. Thank you so much for tuning in to SandCity Sports. We're back here with sports current events, news, stories, that you need to know. Good morning and locked in. Boy, get into the conversation. Now we got a lot to get to on this Wednesday. Come on back. Let's get some of that SandCity energy. Let's get some of that good energy. Hey! How was your week going? You hanging in there? Are you rolling with the punches? Doing what you can? That's my great aunties. We're doing the best that we can. That's what it is. Shout out to our online. All day, every day. Yes, sir. Hey, SandCity. I say SandCity. You understand? And we got that good energy to begin the show. And it's on right now, man. We you know, I don't know how y'all doing out there. We got this heat wave, which I'm loving every second of. Loving every second of this heat wave that we have in the Northeast. You got to make hay while the sun shines. So I'm taking in every second of that. Um, because hey, we winter is coming, folks. Winter is coming. So got some showers that's coming in tomorrow. But then hopefully it clears up rest of the week. We got that good heat. Got a youth flag football tournament this weekend. Shout out to the flag man, my cousin Tim Luce. Shout out to Cape Cod Youth Sports. Big flag football tournament this weekend at Barnstable High School. Go ahead and check it out. Get involved. Had Kids Day today over at the high school. It was wonderful. Thanks so much to local law enforcement. Barnstable Police Department did a great job of putting on Barnstable Police Department. Also Barnstable Public Schools. I got there towards the end, but folks said the turnout was wonderful. The leisure programs, all the camp kids in town was able to get in there and participate. And there were still folks when I was there. Kids was on the water slide. They was moving and grooving. A lot of community members. Just good to talk to people, see what's going on, connect, supporting each other. So it was wonderful. And then we're gonna be back this weekend for a flag football tournament with teams coming from all over to come to the Cape. We're glad to have you, and we want our Cape teams to shine bright. We know that they will, but it's all about competition, baby. Ain't nothing free out here. Ain't nothing free. You know what I mean? That's not how you advance. We trying to win. We trying to win championships. That's the cloth that we're cut from here in Barnstable. Championships. You heard me? That's what our high school has produced many years. Okay? Red Raiders, many years. Now the Red Hawks, but we have tradition that we look back on, and we've had success under both of those mascots, and we're going to continue to do that. Right? But it has to start somewhere. It starts at the youth level, and so just looking forward to the youngsters, the stars of tomorrow, going out there, and grinding and working. What we're also seeing right now, both here in Barnstable on the Cape, and then just across the board writ large, is starting that fall sports is upon us. So media days tomorrow here in Barnstable. It's exciting. First practice on Friday, and hey, it's off to the races. Another week, and then we'll be back in the school the week after that. So it's a beautiful thing. But let me just go ahead and take a look here. Okay, and we're gonna talk school. We're gonna talk about school. We're gonna head to North Carolina and look at Bill Belichick and what his prospects are, how we feel about him over in Carolina. But I have to note, we're going to start in the NFL with my main man, Travis Kelce. Yep. And a power couple, I don't know if you saw it, but Taylor was in the building. Taylor was in the building for the New Heights podcast. That's not the image I'm looking for. That's the image I'm looking for. Okay, so we remember folks was talking about shut up and dribble. Remember that? You're supposed to be one-dimensional. If you're an athlete, you shouldn't diversify your portfolio. We're going back to the days of the Coliseum. You do one thing and one thing only. We can't look at you as multifarious, multifaceted. Right? You're supposed to just be quiet and catch passes. And then go back and do some more of that. Actually, not so much. We meaning they, the stars of today, which Kelce, the younger, currently, Kelce, the older, formerly, but 2 Super Bowl champion individual, 2 folks with Hall of Fame credentials. No, we're gonna make the most of this platform and do our very best to produce quality content for the people. And as much as they are involved in what we're doing, that's the brand is just gonna get bigger and bigger, and we're gonna go from there. So certainly, that's the correct thinking. Travis Kelce is a charismatic, dynamic individual, always has been. Okay, walks to the beat of his own drum. He has swagger. He gonna go out there and got a little attitude. If you go back and look at when he first came into the NFL, Andy Reid recognized the talent. He also recognized the attitude. As soon as he got drafted, got on the phone with Andy. Andy said, "Put your brother on the phone now." Yes, sir, Coach Reid. And there was, some four-letter words that were exchanged as Travis come into the NFL to make it crystal clear. And Andy Reid certainly knows his business. Good article in The Athletic just looking at what Kansas City was before and then after Mr. Cheeseburger. Okay. Mr. Andy Reid, the Chiefs, they got some questionable calls here and there. Yes, they have. But the winning and the consistency of it, it's undeniable. The fact that they won 15 games last year, they got the home field advantage to be able to advance to the Super Bowl, to keep Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen home, when arguably they had the better teams. Chair is squeaking. But that's because over the course of the journey, the Kansas City Chiefs were the more efficient team. They had the goal in mind, the vision in mind, and they executed it, winning those close games week after week after week after week to secure that home field advantage, which it's not insurmountable, but okay, you certainly have the high ground from a historical standpoint. Lover of history, student of history. Before all the artificial intelligence and the drones, and when it was that hand to hand, right? That old hand to hand. Forget all this extra stuff. We gonna get some furniture moving around up in here. You heard me? We ain't doing no. We gonna just do some mano around here. Ain't gonna be the other. You got something issue with me. I got an issue with you. Town ain't big enough for the both of us. So let's just settle this. What we got going on. Well, my grandfather used to say, I had my grandfather in my life. I'm 43 years old. He was in my life all of my life. Talk about riches and splendor. Passed away in November at the age of 99. Okay? Certainly miss him dearly. I lost, I had my grandparents in my life for the majority of my life. Lost my grandmother when I was 9, going on 10. But my other 3 grandparents, into my 30s, they were in my life. It's amazing. Think about them all the time. Grandmother on my dad's side is from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Grandfather is from the Washington, D.C. area. Okay? Shout out to Brian Stevenson. Shout out to Brian Stevenson and the Equal Justice Initiative. We're going on a tangent right now, folks. That's what we're doing. So we're going to get the information so that you can see what I'm talking about. We're coming back to Travis Kelce. Don't you worry. But we got to get this production in order because you're right. We're gonna get the production in order, but I'm going off. I got a couple things I need to say right now. So we're gonna save Mr. Kelce. We're gonna come back to him. He's still on the screen right now, but we have to get somebody that want to talk about. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. Appreciate you, Benito, Malum Militia. Appreciate you very much. Oh yeah. No, come back. I got it. No, hey, wait. I have what I need. I have what I need right there. So let's get Brian Stevenson. Because this is SandCity Sports. I got a little bit of a cough. Right? We doing by the fans, for the fans, but we're gonna connect the dots right now. So we're coming back to Travis Kelce, but we're connecting the dots right now. Right? Because I mentioned to you the riches that I have been fortunate to have. My grandfather, Herbert Collier, Herbie Derby, having him in my life up until the age of 43. Amazing. Born in 1925 in the rural South during the Great Depression. I'll say it again and again and again and again because it needs to be said, folks. Right? And you want to just talk about a magical fortune? Yeah, was my family perfect? Is any family perfect? No. We go through our go-through. But it's amazing coming out on the other side, right? As I get older into middle age now, looking back at the journey Fortunate that I've made it this far. How you feeling about that, folks? Y'all feel fortunate you made it this far? We got some gratitude out there on SandCity on a Wednesday. We fortunate that we made it this far. We still going. We still hanging in there. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And I think about, wow. You know, I told you, we lost Herbie Derby. You know, he passed in November. 99 years, beautiful thing. But I talk to that man every single day. From the time I was like 14, 15, because, hey, it's 10:20. We a little bit early. We're getting better. I try to be 10 o'clock. Try to be right at 10. Sometimes it's 11 and the show has to go later. That's when I have time for the Passion Project. That's when we getting down. But we, you know, closer to 10 today, so we going to do what we do, you know, maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3. Who knows? I'm here, baby. We're here. But your boy's a night owl. Not that I can't get up early because I work in education. So when I have to get up early, I'm up early. But, you know, I burn the midnight oil. That's what I do. Okay. And my grandfather was just like that. So I would talk to him. You know what I mean? We would call 11, 12. Sometimes I wouldn't call because it was one. I get a call the other day. What's going on, bro? You ain't call me, man. I said it got late. Hey, Dad, we don't. Pick up the phone, my boy. Pick up the phone and reach out. I said, you got it. I mean, this man is in his 80s and 90s. I'm calling him at like 1:15. He pick up on a second ring. What's good? You heard me? It's amazing. The blessings that you have. Just to have those people. Yes, there's challenges in life. There's so many challenges. But as I learned from my good buddy Endicott, my dear friend Endicott, you got to get the daily dose of you got to get your daily dose of gratitude. And that's what I'm seeing. Yes, I had challenges and things, and whatever it is, professionally, personally, family, psychologically, whatever the challenge is, we have challenges. But I'm like, man, I look at it, and I had these gifts, my grandfather in my life I'm 43. I don't mind saying it. My 43 years of having my grandfather. My grandmother passed away recently as well, you know, but into my 40s. So what's the connecting point? I mentioned my grandmother, dad's side, born in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, in the 20s, late 20s, early 30s. Grandfather, father's side, born in the D.C. area. Talking about what's going on in D.C. right now, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Okay? Understanding the challenges of the DMV, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. Okay? We know, based on what David Simon brought to us, vis-a-vis the wire, we understand some of those challenges. Now let's go back generations. Talk about the greatest generation. My grandfather, dad's side, served in the Korean War. Herbie Derby served in World War II, along with his brothers. 5 or 6 brothers. They all fortunately came home. And then it was that warmth of other sons, them coming from the deep South. And we're going to talk about this man, Mr. Brian Stevenson, who is a real American, who fights for the rights of every man. Right? Hulkamania, we lost a great who was a complicated man, but nonetheless, he was great, but he was complicated. Because where he went awry, that Hulk Hogan, where he went astray in terms of what he was saying about his fellow Americans, those of the chocolate persuasion, okay, that wasn't his finest hour. Not at all. He was human. So it affected his legacy. Yes, it did. But at the same time, we want to keep it in the totality. There's still a lot of good there. There's some deep darkness and there's a lot of good. So we have to balance that out. He's a complicated man, that Hulk Hogan. But when he went awry, talking about, African Americans and this and that and the third, he didn't realize he was sleeping on a real American. That's Bryan Stevenson. Check out the Equal Justice Initiative. Folks, go ahead. You're familiar with Just Mercy, starring Jamie Foxx? That's Bryan Stevenson and the Equal Justice Initiative and his work. All right. And the Innocence Project. Innocent people locked down behind the mountain, as they would say, for decades. Innocent people. In terms of the mass incarceration problem that we have in this country. Yeah, it's sports, folks, but we talking life right now. And it may not be your cup of tea, and I'm not telling you what to think, and you have a right to vote for who the heck you want to vote for. And stand on what you want to stand on. Come see me. I'm here. If you have takes on this, I want to hear it. From the right, from the left, from the center, we here. We in the building. Come through the SandCity. Let me know how you think. But I'm 10 toes down on Bryan Stevenson and the Equal Justice Initiative because he's going in there and re-examining cases to get to the bottom line, the facts. If you're guilty, you're guilty, and you're going to be behind the mountain. But if you're innocent, if you're Andy Dufresne, what are you doing locked down behind the mountain? Right? We want to talk about perspective and first world problems. So much content out there. You followed, I follow. Shout out to my man Big Herc and Fresh Out. We don't play a hate around here. We congratulate. Shout out to Big Herc and Fresh Out. I watch his channel. I learned a tremendous amount. Talking about the transition, being locked down, doing a dime, 10 years, federal sentence, and then coming out, reacclimating, and just giving perspective. I don't ever intend to go to jail. As life would have it, you never know. I don't want to go to jail. And that's when I got that fear in me. But who knows? Maybe you can be an innocent person thrown in jail. And that's where you're going to be. I think we're seeing a good amount of that right now, frankly. I'm going to leave it at that. I think we're talking about law and order, and you just casting that wide net. You got some criminals, and you got a lot of just working people that you're throwing in jails. And not just American jails. I don't mind bringing this up. If you want to go ahead and look up CDOT, which is wild to me. You're sending people in this country, okay, they're not here legally. So you deport them because they're working on a farm, working in a restaurant, working people in this country. They need to get their paperwork. Never mind the fact that population rates are plummeting in this country and in the West in general. Never mind that. Which, yes, you need to be here legally. You need to contribute. You shouldn't be committing crime. But we're talking about working people paying into the system. They pay the sales tax on the purchases. They're having a path to citizenship that they're working towards. Not criminals. I think we can use these people, these immigrants, these Ellis Islanders in this nation of immigrants to build ourselves up. Never mind the fact that there's not enough of us anymore, but just in general to make us better. Dare I say great. And these individuals are being sent out of the country to places like CDOT. Let me just look this up, get it right. I'm thinking Venezuela, but it's the equivalent of it's in El Salvador. CDOT is El Salvador's equivalent of our Supermax. So you talk about gangs, MS-13. This is what CDOT. CDOT is Super Max. The worst of the worst. Okay. If you follow, we got Super Max out there in Colorado ADX, believe. But I don't know if the person working at the fast food restaurant or at the small business or doing the laundry or doing the farming here in this country, yes, they should be here legally, but I don't know if they belong in CDOT. I don't know who benefits from sending nonviolent, hardworking people to Supermax. But that's just me. Go ahead, folks. SandCity, I'm here for it. And we are going to get back to Travis Kelce. But I'm talking to you right now. So the work that Brian Stevenson does, the Equal Justice Initiative, is to unpack these situations, to get into our justice system. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Oh, beautiful for space, the skies, ever, and I don't know the word, but I hum it. For purple mountains majesty. I got a little bit of head cold. I've been doing the Robitussin. How about I've been doing the Robitussin? So I'm gonna cough a little bit through the episode. I'm gonna be some sneezes here and there, but don't feel too bad. I did my second regimen of Robitussin. I put some tussin on it. Yeah. And I was surprised because this doesn't really happen. We're still in August. I don't usually get this until a month later when the season starts to change and we start to get that cold that come in. That's when I usually go through this in the late summer, early fall, and then I go through it again in the late winter, early spring. So it come a little bit early this year. I got this little head cold that I'm battling with. But shout out to Tussin. As Crips Rock said, I put some tussin to it. Yes, I was couldn't sleep, coughing, got the sore throat, all that. Where's this coming from? I'm eating my pasta, I'm eating my salad with my seed, I'm doing good. Shout out to Trader Joe's. You know what I mean? They give me them ready to go. $8. I got my pasta, I got my chicken and rice, I got my Cajun. Trader Joe's, keep your boy. And then I gotta go when I need wholesale, so I go to BJ's for the wholesale. I gotta do my fruit smoothies. I know it's got sugar in it, but it is what it is. I gotta hydrate. I got that. But I go BJ's for my fruit smoothies because I buy them in bulk. I get them for $6. We ain't paying no $9. You know what I'm talking about? Them, the bigger joints. Yep. Hold on, let me see if I can hold on. Hey. Let me get one for you just in case. And we're gonna get back to Travis Kelce. But shout out to BJ. Hold on. Got it? I do my fruit smoothies here. You heard? And this is the new. They got the strawberry banana. Delicious. I know. I gotta watch the sugar intake. I know. But it's delicious. You know what I do? I say I'm gonna do push-ups and sit-ups, then I don't do them. But I need to do them. Because it's not yesteryear. Your boy ain't, so I'm getting a little fluffy. I'm getting like, hey. Gotta do my push-ups and my sit-ups, and I get my walking in with Willis. We need to go for more runs. But they're delicious. Shout out to Balt House Farms and whoa! So I go to BJ, that's where I buy them in bulk because they're only $5.99, so I get the discount. You go other places, it'd be like $8.99. No. I'm saving. And I get, 4, 5, 6, 7, so I have them, on deck. So that strawberry banana. Usually it was mango and then like raspberry was like the go-tos. And oh my goodness. I don't want none of the holidays right now because we summertime, we living is good. Oh my goodness. But when that eggnog come out, woo! It's summertime, so we're not even thinking about it. Silver bell, it's Christmas time in the city. We ain't even going there right now because it's summertime and the living is good. But when that cold come in, something you just when you on one and they come through with the eggnog, fruits, it's crazy. That get me through. Delicious. It's delicious. But that's what, but Traders, that I get my meals at Traders. I might just grab it and go because I can't chef it up like some of y'all out there. I can't do all that. I need, you know what I mean? Put it in the oven. I can give you 10, 15, but then I had a long day teaching and I can't give you an hour of just chefing it up. So just give me the healthy, give me the organic. That's my Traders. They give me the ready to go. I do salad. I'm eating salad with it. I'm trying to do healthy. But then as I leave, I got to get them gummy bears because them gummy bears are delicious too. And they're organic. But maybe I should leave the gummy bears alone, but I can't because they're delicious. But Trader Joe's, I remember somebody said, woo, there's just so much good stuff in there. And it's like organic and vegan or like, I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. So I go for my meals to Traders, and then if I got to buy anything in bulk, You know, if I need my saltine crackers, if I need my ginger ale, if I need, you know, my fruit smoothies, water, that's BJ's. That's why I go to BJ's to get all that stuff. Right. But back to, as you know, I'm dealing with a little bit of a head cold. Come a little bit early, but I've done 2 regiments of Tussin. We done so I'm already feeling Tussin's taking over. Yesterday was still, I did my first because I said and I said no, I need my first bout of Tussin, and I can already feel the Tussin going to work. So I'm sneezing a lot of sneezing. The coughing has dissipated, but I'm sneezing a lot. But I did my second regiment of Tussin. Shout out to the Odd Couple. Shout out to Rob, and Rob. It was Rob and Rob today. It was Rob Parker and Rob G. Shout out to Rob Garrett, the super producer. Okay, he getting on that come up. So Rob G was in the building doing his thing. Also Straight Fire with J Mac. It's football season, so I got to check in with J Mac and Straight Fire to get my football. Also Nightcap with Unc and Shannon. I'm coming from the basketball tradition, but if I need football, that's J Mac and Rob Garrett. Shout out to Straight Fire, and then I go to Unc and Ocho to get my football. You know, that's what, you know. We lost a couple. Skip was solid on football. Michael Irvin was solid on football. Keyshawn knows his football. So we lost a couple that know their business. Mina Kimes, you already know. But so Rob G was on the Odd Couple tonight with Rob Parker holding it down. Rob Parker just come back from the NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists Conference, which is tremendous. You know, he mentors a lot of up and coming people, you know, to give them the opportunity. You know, that networking piece, in, you know, what you see more and more as you get older. It's what you know. It's also who you know. And so Rob Parker has, you know, been just listening to Rob, and he's really adamant, and because it makes all the world of difference. You have these talented folks, you know, and sometimes you just can't get an opportunity because, you know, you just can't. And you're dynamic and you have the right stuff. But once again, Morgan Freeman, who's actually related to me. I'll get into that. I'll tell you a little bit about Morgan Freeman and how he's actually related to me. I'll tell you that it's facts. But didn't get the breakthrough till he was 50. Morgan Freeman didn't get his breakthrough till he was 50. You talk about, you know, why is he still, because he didn't get his breakthrough. He was doing it for 10, 15 years before he got the breakthrough. Right? You know, had some, you know, social, emotional, mental health stuff because I'm here. I'm talented. I'm sound, but I can't. And that's the castaway element of making it. You got to go to you got to go beyond what you think that you can do to make it. And that's how it frankly should be. And that's why a lot of us, myself included, fall short, because you're thinking to make it, I just got to go to this level. And that's usually never the case. You have to go beyond what you think that you're capable of to really make it. And that's honestly how it should be, because if you're a person of faith, right, what you think you can do and what God knows you can do are 2 different things. We're not going that, you know, I know everybody come from different faith traditions. So what you think you can do and what God knows you can do is 2 different things. So it really should be. You can do so much more than you realize, or that you're willing, right? Especially me, I'm getting older. I'm getting, you know, I mean, you get tired now. Now I'm not doing that. I ain't doing it. I'm tired. I want X, Y, Z, A, B, Z. I'm constantly on the social scene what everybody else is doing, but I don't want to do the extra no more. Particularly as I get, you know, and that's why, frankly, for me, that's why I go back to the glory days, the wonder years, because that's my fire still to this day. Awesome 80s. And what? That, like, whoa! I was listening to some Luther today, coming from a community event. You are my shining star, my ever. You are my. I was listening to that Never Too Much Luther. I'm right back in the mix now, baby. And what? So that's my fire right now that keep you know, that give me that. But certainly slowing down, you feel it. You slow down a little bit here and there. But society don't care about no slowdown. You know, society don't. No, I don't. You know, what we learn from Goodfellas, where my money at? Society don't care. No, give me my money. That's. And sometimes that's life. That's capitalism, society, however you want to put it. Ain't giving no, this is negocios, son negocios. We ain't doing no feelings. No feelings, none. I know you got talent. As far as I'm concerned, you're only getting this much, period. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. You're only getting this much. Working for the man, the corporation, whatever. You're only, because I need my surplus value. That's Das Capital. That's the economics. You're working to provide surplus value. I pay you a certain wage. The surplus value is what you produce beyond that wage. That's what I'm taking. So I give you more. That cuts into my surplus value, and that's where we get into the battle. No, I ain't doing it. No, no. You could come to me with a masterpiece. Sometimes people, no. Mm-mm. Other times you could be somebody like Peter Thiel, who was an early investor in Facebook, and the rest is history. Sometimes you could be that guy that platforms and puts on and sees the future and believes in the vision, and the rest is history. Other times people just say no, 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 no. That was Morgan Freeman's experience. People just kept telling him no until he was 50, and then the rest is history. But it's hard. We get down, we doubt, we lash out, we cry out, whatever, on the journey because, and Steve Harvey spoke about this as well. Just took him years of, and he had the talent, but years. Then he went to the Apollo, and he said, I've been on TV ever since. But before that, you couldn't. They had no time for your boy. Steve Harvey says, I've been telling the same $20, $25 jokes. The jokes haven't changed. What y'all paying me is different, but what I'm doing is not that much different. Them $25 jokes, that's 6 figures for an appearance. Oh yeah. You want me to come and speak to your company? Speak to my agent. I need 6 figures. It might be 7 if I'm there for extra time now. Because once you get in your passion, because I'm on one right now. So as you get going, I might go past that time and you paying extra for that. So if I say I'm there if the contract say an hour and a half, but I get in the groove and I'm there for 3 hours, you better double up on your payment. Oh yeah. Even though I like to do it and I do it, and I would do it anyway, but you paying me double. Oh yeah. Ain't nothing free. You gonna secure the bag for me now. But that's based on all those years that Steve Harvey was, doing the same thing for $25 per performance. Do one set, $25, have to drive to the next one, $25, have to drive to the next, finish the night, worked for 3 hours, $75. Yeah. Now that $75 might be $2 million for that same 3 hours. Yeah. So, that's where how did we get to this point? Right. I was telling you how, shout out to Robitussin. Shout out to Tussin. That's kept me. Your boy is, I'm feeling the strength. We might have to do maybe Robitussin will want to partner with SandCity Sports. Maybe they like this clip. I might have to clip this and see if it goes viral, and Robitussin would be considered being a sponsor. That would be huge. SandCity Sports, sponsored by Robitussin, because I'm 10 toes down on the Tussin. I rock with Tussin. A lot of that's because Chris Rock put me on and let me know that I didn't understand the power of Tussin until Chris Rock let me know. We might have to get that for you on the screen. But once he unveiled the power, and I was like, man, that's actually true. And it got me through winter after winter. So now I'm Tussin. Hey. So I did my second, as I said. I'm already feeling better. I'm still gonna sneeze a little bit, coughing less so. But I think, and I got it, I get it, you feel it when you're sick, and you need that extra hour to just sweat it out, and then you get up and you feel just stronger. So I had to get that extra little bit. I sweat, so I think if I do that again tonight, just sweat out a little bit more, tomorrow I'm gonna be good. But I'm still doing the third regimen of Tussin. I ain't pushing it. I'm still getting that third to just knock it out completely, and then hopefully I might be good through the new year. Hopefully this is my head cold for the usually, because I might be good. I don't know. I hope so. But that's the Tussin. So why do we have Brian Stevenson on the? He's still up there, folks. Yeah, he's still up there. Because we're talking about back to Hulk Hogan, the real Americans out there that's doing the work in the community. That's the cough. To make this world a better place for you and me and everybody else. Black, white, yellow, green, orange. If there's an injustice, we hunting it down. We hunting it down to make sure that you have what you're entitled to. So I just get the remembrances. I'm going back to the formative years. Grandmother, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Grandfather, dad's side, DC. This is Great Depression, Jim Crow. Grandfather, mom's side, Deep South, rural Georgia, 1925, heart of the Great Depression. And then grandmother is first generation from Cabo Verde. So grandmother is first generation. My great-grandfather, my mom's side, is from Cape Verde. Immigrated here, so grandmother is like first generation, first to graduate from high school, so on and forth. Our high school actually digitized our yearbooks recently, a tremendous project. just outstanding in conjunction with the Boston Public Library. So we have access now to my grandmother's high school yearbook, class of 37, 38. Goes all the way back to 35. So yeah, I was able to get that for my mom, which is tremendous. Yeah, the history, right? So that's the foundation right there, folks. It's the foundation. You know what I mean? And we coming back to Travis Kelce, but we talk a lot about, and then problems that this is not about minimizing anything, because people are going through it, cost of living, AI revolution. You're going through it. We're going through it out there. That's just facts. Everybody's going through it. What's going on, Chris? Salute. Thank you for checking in. We just talking about the go through right now. Talking about the go through, and I just, never miss a chance to highlight, my roots, my grandparents, those that set things in motion for me, and my privileged life in many ways. Is it completely privileged? We no, it's not. But is it Jim Crow, Great Depression, hardships? No, it's not. No, somebody didn't respond to my friend request, and somebody might not have me over or think that I'm the right match for their, daughter or whatever. Okay, fine. There's no crosses being burned in my yard. I'm physically safe. I can speak my mind without fear of physical or state sponsored retribution. So, obstacles, but let's put it in perspective, right? Okay, let's come back where we started. We're talking about Travis Kelce. Folks, we're talking about Travis Kelce, who's doing his thing with the New Heights Pod. His significant other, shout out to Travis and Taylor. They have a good thing going. I hope it goes strong and continues on. And so yeah, he's big. His platform, they're up there. Let me just take a look and see, what do they got? They got millions. They're in the millions of subscribers. They're in the million. Let's go ahead and look them up. Let's see what they're doing in terms of the subs. 2.6 millions. So they in the millions. They're up there with the McAfees. The Shay Shays, the Nightcaps, right? And then of course, he's also arguably the greatest tight end of all time, playing for a team that defending AFC champion. Right. So the question is Travis Kelce still that dude? Is he still the Robin to Patty Mahomes' Batman for this team to continue to break through to the Super Bowl, as they've been doing year after year after year after year? And I'm on the yay side, the yes side of this. He's been accountable and talked about how he's kind of I appreciate that, man. No doubt. No doubt, man. Hey, Chris, you're here. We're doing this, and we building it up brick by brick. So I appreciate that. We got good people on SandCity, and so that's the vision, right? You got to be careful what you wish for, because you might get it. So I hope to get there. In terms of podcasting, platforming, you should be create creativity, and I know there's so many, right? It's just a sea of talent across the board, but you say, hey, this is step by step, level up, and apply these things, incorporate these things. There's certainly a couple things that I know that I need to improve on, which I'm doing. But then when you get to that point, to have the same hunger, and that's where I say with Travis Kelce that, I respect that he's building this brand, because this is not, he's setting himself up post-career. Where is sports media going? It's going in this direction. Meaning the people at ESPN, the people at Fox Sports, the people at Paramount, the people at Amazon, they're going to Travis Kelce's door and not the other way around. Yeah, Chris is on it. As you came in, this was the first, we about 40 minutes in, but I took him through it. Your boy is going through the head cold. Got a head cold right now that I'm working through. And shout out to Tussin. Shout out to Robitussin. I'm two swigs of the Tussin in. So I went, I checked in with the odd couple. Shout out to Rob G and Rob Parker. This is repeat for some people, but I gotta tell you what it is. After I checked in with them, good show talking. We're gonna get to Bill Belichick in North Carolina, but a good show. Then I did my second swig of the Tussin, and so you're gonna hear it. I'm gonna sneeze on occasion. I'm not coughing as much, but the Tussin has gone into effect, so I'm much better off. I don't have the sore throat. Had a sore throat. That's not as much. Sneezing is not as not as dry sneezing and raspy, and so that's clearing up as well. But you'll certainly hear it. I feel like I got one more day, maybe two. Who knows? I get my Z's. I hydrate. We're going to do one more swig of the Tussin. We ain't, as people know, and then I think I should be good. But yeah. I got the head cold about a month earlier than I normally do, but I'll take it. We got a heat wave going on. I'm loving every second of this humidity. Windows are open, AC, all that stuff. It's beautiful. We make hay while the sun shines. Okay, but specific to Kelce. Okay, this is so let's just be clear on that. I think he is committed to football. He understands. He understands. I think he has an attitude of gratitude. To understand, look, man, not everybody has Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback. Look, man, not everybody has Andy Reid as their head coach. Look, man, I got to make hay while the sun is shining. I got to get it while the getting is good. This is once in a lifetime right here. That appears to be his mindset. It doesn't mean, as we're saying, that he has to hamstring himself because he's a talented guy. He's intelligent. He's charismatic. People want to be around him. In this attention economy, he's good at it and what he does. So he should have his brand to build himself up, to allow him to do other things that he wants to do. He has the right to be a capitalist like anybody else. And so the question of, is it taken away from football? I let you know how I feel. Holla at your boy. People, let me know how you feel on this. But I think he can balance the two. I think on top of that, this is what we need as people. I told you I work in education. I'm 15 years into the journey, about the halfway point of the journey. So this is where mid-career in education and then across the board, educators need to find that next thing. Okay? The first thing that got you into the profession, right? You probably achieved that, whatever it was. Your first career goal, you probably checked that off. Whether it's personal, whether it's professional, whatever. I want to be this role. I want to start a family. I want to, meet, whatever it was. You probably checked that off. Okay, so now you're midway in the journey and your life is different. Okay? What you need to do, I said again, need, is to go back to the genesis when you started, right? Because you had a reason for getting into the profession, your career. And now that first check has been completed, what's the next thing that I'm passionate about that I can do, that I can work towards my second phase of the career? So that it's not just Groundhog's Day. So that we're not just Bill Murray living the same day over and over and over and over again. And you're not seeing the talent of the new students, their different perspectives. That new good marinara sauce that they're bringing in as adolescent. Yeah, it's going to be, right, because they're learning. So it's going to be rough around the edges. But they're bringing something to the table. The overwhelming majority are bringing something to the table. Are you still seeing that? Can you still identify that? Are you still encouraged by that? Now that you have this other life that you, excuse me, that you done built up in the first 15 years. Because again, you're just starting out. You're probably single, you're doing what you're doing. Okay. But now you have that other life to balance with your professional life, and mid-career people need another passion project. I'm firm on that. To carry them, to inspire them, to motivate them for the second half of your career so you can make it to your 30 and right off into the sunset. And the folks that get caught up or get in trouble in any profession, education, wherever, you could be an accountant, you could be in law enforcement, you could be a doctor, is the second half of the journey, it just becomes monotonous. There's not the second act that you're I've been doing this, and I can't see anything beyond just the day to day. That's when you can, because you're not putting your best foot forward. You're certainly not getting any breaks in the 9 to 5. Society's coming at you every single day. So society is hitting you the same way. Now that you're mid-career, you're also older. Let's throw that in. You're in your 20s. Now you're probably in your early 40s. Society coming at you every single day. Same as it was back then. But you got more responsibilities. You're older. Okay, now you gotta come. You gotta. As they say, you gotta put that new on it. That's my cousin. My cousin Ray, very creative individual, artist, artistic, lyrically. He's just looked up to him coming up through the ranks, and he does a lot of different things. Very creative. He said you got to put that. You got to have that new. What's the new? So we see what the new is for Travis Kelce here. So that's another thing. This is putting wind in his sails to keep him going, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. I want, he's on his toes. I got practice and I got to be here. Then you know what I mean. It can be a win-win, right? We talk about LeBron, who's not just a person. He's a brand. He's a conglomerate. Yeah, he has a day job, and he appreciates that day job, and he's very good at it. But it's directly connected with these other things. He wants to be a media mogul. He wants to be a change maker. He wants to be an owner, i.e. Michael Jordan. I'm not just going to play. I'm not just talent. I'm a producer. I ain't just talent. I'm getting a cut. I'm getting my royalties. I'm getting that generational. I ain't just gonna be happy coming from being broke to not being broke. Cause a lot of people, what they say. You hang out with the 9 broke ones, who gonna be number 10? If you're hanging out with 9 broke ones and that's all you know, either you get money, you have to be broke again. You gonna have it going on for a minute. You're gonna consume, and then you're gonna be right back in the bottom. LeBron said, "No, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. No. I'm getting that investment money now. I'm getting that off the top money. I'm getting that old money. I'm getting a slice of that too. I'm not just dribbling this basketball. These are the other things that we're building up to pass on to the next generation." So that kid from Cleveland, shout out to More Than a Game, excellent documentary. That kid from Cleveland, yeah, we ain't forgot that. Ask LeBron. He still remembers when he was in the apartment, which Maverick Carter helped him to get, because he was, right? He had, talk about it, some of our students that have instability, that was LeBron James. Around his sophomore year, then he had stability. Moving place to place. He said, "What's for dinner?" "Hey, we getting steakums." "Yeah, man, we going to the convenience store to get them steakums for dinner. That's for dinner. Heat them up." You got to ask yourself, because obviously LeBron's not a small person. How many steakums did it take for him to get to because he's coming from practice. He done been in school practicing all day. You remember that when you was in high school, you hungry after practice. You thirsty. You've been in school. You've been, excuse me. It's 7, 8 o'clock. You hungry right now, man. Never mind being 6'8", 185. Excuse me. So how many steakums did LeBron James need? That's like $25 just for the steakums. Never mind whatever he was, you got to get some chips to go with it or whatever, you know what I mean? It got to be a full meal. When I was coming up, I used to do I could do the chicken Alfredo, but I had the potato chips with them. I had my potato chips with them, and then I didn't realize this till I ran cross country, but I was IBC root beer every day. I'm on that IBC root beer every day. Or the Barks, I'm doing root beer every day. That was I shopped myself. I came home, out running. I had my plate. I fixed my plate. I fixed my Alfredo. I mean, sometimes it was 2. I had my Lay's potato chips. I scrunch them up, put them in there, gobble them up, and then I do my root beer, and then I might have some Entenmann's for a little dessert. That was good. Mom can't do everything. Mom is working. Dad's working, so you got to go. You go to the grocery store and get your plate. So that you have something, that's the responsibility that our students have. That teachers, so they got a D on a test, but they're also taking care of their siblings and working and going to school. Come on. And you're going to tell me these kids is not capable and talented and can't find their niche and be successful? Well, stop it. Overwhelming majority of our students are hardworking and trying to make something of themselves. Stop it. And so again, yeah, that's right. And LeBron, my point with that is LeBron ain't never forgot that. He ain't never forgot Steakums now that he's a billionaire. Now that he's a billionaire doing Taco Tuesday, having that in-home chef. I just saw Bryce came home from college. That was good. And having that same enthusiasm to be with his son that he didn't have that. So he's giving that to his sons that he didn't have that. Oh, he's in layup lines. So no. Bryce and Bronny and everybody else in the building love when LeBron come out and go in layup lines and sign autographs and participate. That means the world to the young folks when you're coming up, that they're willing, that they're there. And reliving it for themselves, so they relive it, and then just for you to see them, for it to be, it's out of this world. So LeBron does that, and it's wonderful. Carmelo Anthony, all the guys that go out and support the youth, it's just tremendous. It's one generation giving back to the next, and it benefits both. But we see when Bryce came home from University of Arizona, and Brian, but they got the personal chef there. Yeah, what we doing on Tuesday? We doing Taco Tuesday, baby. And we excited about this Taco Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Because what was it back when we was in Akron? We was doing Steakums. We was doing Steakums back then. Now we got a built-in chef that's chefing up these good meals, healthy, nutritious, all the rest of that stuff. We celebrating Taco Tuesday. I can't do it because but you know what I mean, how we do the Taco Tuesday. We might have to get that. We celebrating Taco Tuesday right now because we ain't forgot Steakums. Yes, sir. And that's how you don't go back. That's how you stay, and you produce great work, and it just builds and builds because you don't forget where the heck you came from. Yeah. Mayor Wu, she's really locked in. She's really locked in the community, and making sure that we highlight the whole community, communities of color, so on and forth. So yeah, new, August 30th, new edition day, Bobby Brown, all of them come out. So she's, I support Mayor Wu. She's in the trenches, riding the buses, and she's, had a kid, her young infant is with her. I got no problem with that. No problem with that. Okay, and just doing a lot of things that are positive and progressive, just like a lot of our leaders of major cities are doing things that are positive and progressive, and they're working. They're working. Okay. You offer an olive branch to somebody, okay, rather than giving them the boots, you're more than likely to get a better response because they see something. That's Adam Smith. That's self-interest. And those are the practical and positive things that's going on in Boston and elsewhere, and I support it 1,000%. Oh, yeah. Now, I mean, that's dinner right there as you coming up through the ranks. Your parents are working or wherever. Fortunately, you got a couple dollars in your pocket. You can go to the pizzeria or whatever, but you coming from them, you hungry. Them youngers is hungry coming at it, and hey, and they have to do it themselves. Excuse me. So it might be 7, 8 burgers. Now, is that the best thing for you? No. Fortunately, you're young, so your metabolism is different. But I need a plate. I gotta eat. We ain't got no built-in chef, but you know what I mean? I gotta eat, baby. And then as you go on, certainly as they get into college, then they have, that's another thing. We might get a clip of it. But they did a clip of some of the college athletes that's going back right now. The Power 5 school, I believe it was Ohio State. And they was talking about their daily routine. Boy. Now they work, but doggone it. So they got to be there at like 6 o'clock for the workout. And then when they go after the workout, when they go to eat, it's all taken care of, folks. So they going in, and it's, I mean, they got it all. Chipotle, I mean, whatever it is, but it's healthy. And so they just take what they need, at these big programs and these super sized, facilities. So I did my early morning workout. I just go in there and it's all chefed up. It's all delicious. It's all healthy. We got to replenish our carbs. So I get my bus down. I go back, I go to class. I get a nap in. I get back up. Then we go back for the second workout. Then we go to I was like, man, now I'm not 6'2" and 190 or 290 like these big boys, but so they eating good. They eating healthy. But I was just like, they driving me, but doggone it. just to be in that cafeteria. I mean, and also, the price of college is bananas, but the cafeterias at these colleges these days, it's just crazy. We took the students to a region, an area school during the school year. It was just wonderful. It touched my heart to see them to connect. And then one of the really cool things, they got to go to the cafeteria, and just get their plates. And I mean, they had the French toast, they had the bacon, and I was like, and we had a really good cafeteria when I was in college too, so I can't sleep on it. But we was eating good. We was eating good in the neighborhood. We were certainly replenishing. I mean, we was replenishing them calories for sure. But at the same time, you don't have to, live from a convenience store, But again, back to where LeBron started. That was his start. That's where he started. That was the genesis. That was the roots. Okay, folks. So listen, specific to Travis Kelce. Let's come back to this. I have him getting back on track. I have him, Pro Bowl status. I said what I said. While having the superstar girlfriend, while having the leading podcast, I think he's built for it. And I think it can be an iron sharpens iron situation because, as my dear friend Innicut said, he hasn't had. I'm looking at Travis Kelce as somebody with his older brother there, the support, the structure, the family. I'm looking at him as somebody that has an attitude of gratitude. So he has a lot of these great, he sees these as opportunities rather than responsibilities. You know what I mean? And Mahomes has that same view. So I think that he is going to navigate it successfully, and he's going to step his game up to get back to that all-pro level. Now let's take a look. Since we're here, first hour, SandCity Sports, holla at your boy. We in the building, folks. We're here. We're here. We're not there. We're here. And you can come on in, and get locked in, or you can, it's your night. It's Wednesday, so you're doing what you're doing. So it's up to. The heck is going on, yo? The YouTube, we got people in the Twitter space that's rocking with your boy. Shout out to Benito. I appreciate you, folks. This Twitter thing is much love, yo. And holla at me, jump in the comments if you have something. But that did my heart good right there. And we gonna we on this thing till the wheels fall off. So that was a nice little update right there. And we're gonna continue to continue to blast off. What we say for them Transformers, that more than meets the eye. We blasting off still. But shout out to Twitter. Okay. So Kelce, he's gonna navigate, he's gonna manage, he's gonna have the right outlook. Let's take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs and what they can do. In just this is crazy. The schedule right now, but that's how it should be, though, right? I mean, what did we learn from training day? I told you. What did we learn from training day? What did we learn from Antoine Fuqua? By the way, shout out to Amazon Prime. Go ahead and check out Brooklyn's Finest. If you got the Prime, check out Brooklyn's Finest. You won't be disappointed. Check it out. It's off the charts. Off the chains. If you like training day, you will like Brooklyn's Finest. If you don't, come back, holler at me, yell at me. But I'm 10 toes down that you will. It's strong. It's strong. But what we learned from training day and Denzel Washington, who had some Cowboys takes, which we'll talk about, is ain't nothing free in this world, my man. Ain't nothing free in this world. Learn that now on your training day. Yes, ain't nothing free. Not even arrest warrants. Nothing. So let that hit home for you, my boy. Nothing. You want something, you earn it. Period. Okay? Whether you're upstart, whether you're Hall of Fame grade, next day, new day, okay? You starting, you want it, you. My cousin Tim says, what I learned? You want something done right? You know who's doing it. Ain't the next man's fault. We don't do that, you're fired. No. You want something done right? You lead the way. I think Travis Kelce has that attitude. Okay, listen. Let's take a look because their schedule is just crazy. The schedule is crazy, folks. Okay, so let's take a look. They start off with the Chargers. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say 1-0. But Harbaugh, that's no given. 1-0. First game, Chargers. Second game, Eagles. So they're going 1-1. They're not winning both. And it could be 0-2 with not bad losses. Wild. In division, Chargers is your first game. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt in a knockdown, drag out. A knockdown, drag out, gangs of New York type of just battle. Y'all remember gangs of New York? Y'all remember Bill the Butcher? When they had a situation? Move the furniture. Y'all got an issue? Y'all got it? Y'all have words? Move the furniture. Step to the middle. Step to the middle. And, right? Y'all remember gangs of New York, Bill the Butcher? Right? So that's what the Chiefs have that first week. They got a knockdown, drag out against the Chargers. I'm saying they win it. But I don't know. All right, so we see Kelce smiling, his brother's smiling. We got Taylor, she's happy. That's good. They say happy wife, happy life. That's important. It is a two-way street. I will say that, but certainly, there's a responsibility. The older I get, the more I realize that you gotta lead. You gotta lead the way. You gotta be a leader. So happy wife, happy life. They're happy. I'm happy for them. Respect. It's a two-way street, but hey, it's working. It's working for him. I'm happy for him. Right, SandCity, we're not player hating around here. Right? You want to congratulate because that's they're giving me the roadmap. They're giving us a roadmap because that could be you. That could be you. It's not about you know what I mean. And frankly, the stronger position when you see somebody shining and it takes because it does take a little bit to like it, especially when you're not shining because it's hurtful. Let's keep it a buck. It's hurtful. But my view, the stronger position is the underdog because you got the hunger. That's a stronger position if you can use it in the right way. The person that's shining, right? That's not necessarily a weaker position, but what they have to now do is maintain their shine. So even though they're shining and it seems like all is well and finished, no, now I got to maintain this, I got to maintain this higher level, which is hard. But then you that might be struggling, you see that, a little bit of ouch because you're not there yet, but you know what I mean? Congratulate them, support them, and then learn from them so that you can get your level up too. You can get your level up too. And then when you get there, guess what? It's going to be the same thing. There's going to be people that have less that might be hating because they're just not there yet. So they're going to hate on you. That's life. They're not at that place where they can congratulate because they're dealing with their own stuff. They're going to hate for no good reason. But the reason is because they're hurting. And then there's going to be some others, maybe less, but maybe equal, who knows, that are going to be like, hey, boy, good job. You know what I mean? Sometimes those are less. Frankly, really, you only need a handful of those people. You only need a handful of people to just be like, hey, bro, keep going. You got this. Don't listen to none of that nonsense. And that, just a handful of folks that just give you that encouragement, a lot of times you're good. You know what I mean? Bump them. I ain't going to let no hater dissuade me. Never mind the fact they ain't contributing nothing. They just sitting there hating. They ain't contributing nothing. They just on the sidelines. They critic. They ain't, you know what I mean? Never mind the fact that I don't want to look back and not have been that what. I don't want to be in the what if. I don't want to be in the regret camp. I'd rather be in the failure camp than the regret camp. And then the other thing is they're going to be in the same place the whole time. They're not moving. They're just going to sit and hate. So you don't do something because somebody hated on you, and then you kick yourself because you didn't do it, and then 10 years later you go back and they're still in the same doggone place hating on somebody new. That's even another double whammy. That's like, damn. I let this person not discourage me, and they ain't moved not 1 inch in all these years. And that's the person that I chose to listen to. versus that tried and true group that encouraged me. Damn. So my dear friend D-Tom, one of the things he will always say is you got to be your biggest cheerleader. You got to be your biggest cheerleader. We're gonna talk about D-Tom because we're gonna get in the UFC and the mega deal that they just came through with. You got to be your biggest cheerleader. Okay, haters gonna hate. They're always gonna be there. But you and that select few that's with you, that's what's gonna get you to that next level. Chiefs are 1-1. I can't, and it could be 0-2, but we're gonna say 1-1. We're gonna say 1-1. Giants 2-1. Now they got the Ravens. What? They got the Chargers, the Eagles, and the Ravens. The first 4 games. How do I honestly feel about this? I'm seeing 1-3. Honestly, if they beat the Chargers, which is a big if, because the Chargers have had this game circled for a minute. If they're not going 2-0, they're losing one of these first 2 games, if not both. They rebound with the Giants. So let's say 2-1 positive side, but it could easily be 1-2. I don't have them beating the Ravens. I just think it's too much too soon. So we'll say 2-2. But honestly, it could be 1-3. It could be 1-3 because this schedule is crazy. We'll say 2-2. Lions, excuse me. Jaguars 3-2. Lions at home, 4-2. Raiders at home, 5-2. Commanders at home, 5-3. I think the Commanders get them. Buffalo on the road, 5-4. Denver on the road, 5-5. See this stretch right here? Commanders, Bills on the road, Broncos on the road. Hey, man, Travis, your mustache is looking strong, bro. You're going to need all that mustache strength because that's another wild stretch. You start with your first 3 out of 4 are against Super Bowl favorites, not contenders, favorites. Eagles, favorite. Ravens, favorite. Chargers, maybe not a favorite, but they're right in that second tier. Chargers are like what? Chargers, Jim Harbaugh looking like Andy Reid, like, and what? I know you're great. I know you know what I mean, but I ain't backing down not one and not an inch. None. All right. Chargers taking a step back. Okay. Lost some offensive line support, which is obviously critical. Some further losses. I can't bet against Harbaugh. That's me. So I'm Team Harbaugh, but I can understand that roster wise, he don't got the same ingredients. He ain't got them ingredients like he had before, right? So therefore, if a chef is only as good, if we have comparable chefs, if we talking elite chefs, by the way, shout out to the Treme, shout out to David Simon. Learn about the New Orleans culinary tradition. Go ahead and get some of the knowledge. It's on constant repeat for me. Shout out to the Treme. But if we are all elite chefs and you have them elite, then you have the best ingredients because we know the chefs are at the market at 5 o'clock in the morning to get the best of the best. That's right. That's the secret sauce. It's the best product because they have the best ingredients. They ain't doing product. No. They know the difference. That's why they can create the masterpieces. They have the best ingredients. So Harbaugh ain't got the ingredients, so I can see how he could possibly take a step back. But he's still Harbaugh. Wearing them khaki shorts, khaki pants. He's Harbaugh. He's a dude. So I say 2-2 coming out of this first 4. I say they get the Jaguars 3-2. I say they get the Lions because it's home 4-2. I say they get the Raiders because it's home 5-2. I'm seeing them losing 3 straight. I'm keeping it a buck with you. Commanders ain't playing. Bills on the road, no. Can't. The Bills have to win this game. Have to win that game to get the home field advantage in the head-to-head. Broncos on the road, I have the Broncos getting them. So I have them 5-2, and then I have them 5-5. Colts 6-5. Cowboys 7-5. Texans at home 8-5. Chargers round 2 8-6. I have them splitting with the Chargers. I don't have them sweeping the Chargers. I have them splitting. 8-6. Titans 9-6. Broncos 10-6. Raiders 11-6. So I got the Chiefs at 11 games. Schedule is what it is. That's what Andy Reid come to expect. But these divisional games, their second matchup against the Broncos, their second matchup against the Chargers, those are going to be tough. That's a tough game against the Texans as well. They're up and coming. I don't trust the Cowboys. No, the Colts. Colts aren't ready. But I got them at 11-6. But talk about Murderers Row. You want to talk about Upton Sinclair in the jungle? Talk about books that mean something? Talk about the importance of journalism. We're having this conversation about journalism now in this country. The importance of journalism. And it used to be in the quote-unquote golden age of journalism that those journalists were the ones to write the novels, right? The novels were written in the newspaper over the course of time. Charles Dickens, right? We ain't have no Netflix, no Amazon, no Hulu. But we have a common culture that we're proud of and that we want to contribute to. So you read your novel, all of Charles Dickens' greats, Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations, right? His greats. They were in the newspaper over time. And that's how Upton Sinclair, his classic work, The Jungle, about the meatpacking industry in Chicago, but more so about the plight of the working class America. Okay, and how workers got, what had to take place for working people to gain access into the middle class, which was a brutal and protracted struggle. That's what The Jungle looks at. People, now never mind child labor, but people working 70, 80, 90, hundreds of hours a week for some, this is essentially what's called feudalism. Feudalism is where you have a noble and then the serfs live on the land and then you work the land, but they have no access to ownership of said land. This is feudalism. And that's the situation that we had in this country as the Industrial Revolution kicked into gear after the Civil War in the late 1800s, going into the early 1900s. Shout out to Teddy Roosevelt. By the way, shout out to the Roosevelts. Ken Burns documentary, if you know what I mean. The PBS, the best television on television for kids, adults, anybody else that needs to be funded. I said what I said. That can just kind of articulate, right? It was a battle. Dare I say, a better term is a war for working people to earn access into the middle class, which really didn't happen, in large fashion until post-World War II boom. Respect, Chris. You're a part of the show, huge part of the show. So props to you for checking in. All right, and contributing that good marinara to hopefully create a dish that people want to rock with. And of course, folks out there in television land, you know what time it is. Holla at YouTube. You can certainly comment on YouTube. If you're on IG or Facebook, just jump in the comments. I can see it. Twitter, same thing. And let me know how you feel about, good, bad, or indifferent. This is a conversation. You don't have to agree with me, frankly. I saw a really good quote. One of my fellow creators who's been really supportive of SandCity, my man Plenty Sneaks. Shout out to Plenty Sneaks and his brand and his platforms. Plenty Sneaks is the one that created the SandCity logo that we use just out of the goodness of his heart. So I'm rocking. This is for Jordan Fisher, our memorial tournament. Shout out to Jordan Fisher and the memorial tournament that we have going on that is being brought back by the Harwich Rec Department. Looking to get that. We were trying to get it in the summer. Might not get it in the summer. Might have to go to the fall, but we're certainly going to continue to stay on that and make sure that we honor and recognize our greats, and our student athletes, that made a tremendous difference in their communities. So I don't have the SandCity. This is my, my J Fish memorial tournament. Beautiful thing. But my man Plenty Sneaks is the one that just created the SandCity logo that we use. That's been just great. Didn't have a logo. Created the logo. for me, free of charge, just as a fellow creative. So we support one another. But he came out with said something on social media that I really responded with. Is he said, shout out to the people that's rocking with me, and more importantly, shout out to the people that's not rocking with me. You heard me? Shout out so much for the people like Chris, others that are a part of this. Good, bad, or indifferent. Do you like it? Do you not like it? I'm here for all of it. This is our community. You can disagree. Let's keep it respectful. We don't gotta cannibalize each other, right? We don't gotta we get so angry. A lot of it's just projecting because of what we're going through in our day to day, and then we take the inner, right, because Comcast is threatening to shut that cable off. They threaten. Am I the only one that they threatening, or was you getting them threats too? I know it's not Comcast everywhere. It's just Comcast because they have a monopoly on the cable, but they threatening, bro. EverSource is threatening. They're like, what? The water cut. I know you got 18 things, but you ain't. We finna shut you down tomorrow. You better come through with that payment, my boy. And then we have all these different things that we're doing. We're trying to level up. We're trying to get ahead. And you get 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward. You know what I mean? We're struggling day to day. It's a grind. It's a beautiful thing. But then a lot of times, what happens, unfortunately, is then when we have these conversations, we have these communal experiences, which are challenging because we're working class people. We take that struggle, and then it's public life, civic life. I participate in certain capacities. It's competitive. We have to discuss, we have to debate, then we vote. So it's competitive. And it's ain't nobody giving away nothing. You want those times where everybody can just get on board, but most of the time you want to do something, you better bring it. That's how it should be. You better bring it. And this person wants to do something else, so you two gonna have it out. It's gonna be a debate, 15 rounds, and it's hard. And then sometimes you take the personal stuff, and then you're debating, and then it overflows into that, and you personalize things that it's not personal, it's professional. So you got to always maintain. Right. That's another challenge because you got to maintain yourself in those professional spaces, in those civic spaces, and you got to be the adult. You got to be adult because as soon as that bar drops, then it's all bets are off. As soon as one person goes into kiddie land, it's the slippery slope. This is what I learned in education. It's what I learned in officiating by trial and error. By the way, trial and error. A lot of errors as an official. As soon as it doesn't matter how many, as soon as you become unprofessional, Pandora's box has been opened. And the hecklers are waiting. They are waiting for that first avenue. They can't wait. They got the phone ready. They've been heckling you since 2 o'clock. It's now the 6 o'clock game. They've been heckling you all day, loving it. Never mind, this is a 4th grade game. Never mind the final score is 17-14. They're angry at society. And they're taking it out on this referee. Nothing's good enough. You called the travel, okay? You missed the travel. They want you to call every travel in a 4th grade game. These kids can't even walk in chew gum. You want every single travel in a stop time game? We're going to be here till New Year's. What do you want from me? We got to have a game. You don't understand. They don't understand game management. If I let you travel a little bit, this is, what I mean? I got to let them, and we manage the game. We get the elephants. I'm not here for mice. I'm here for elephants. We want to see a ball game. You didn't come to see a legal proceeding. Maybe you did. Maybe you love British House of Commons. I do. That's what I watch. I watch Prime Minister questions because I'm a history teacher. Would the good right gentleman, right? I love it. Point of order. Order. And I'm in my zone watching British House of Commons. I need to get an accent and go over there and try to run for office just to be in an argument. I love it. Right? But that's not everybody's cup of tea. Everybody don't, love debate and argumentation and all the rest of that stuff. And then that's not why everybody becomes a doggone referee to do that stuff. You know what I mean? But those folks with that mentality, the hecklers, and they're out there, of course, that's all they want. They're just going to be on you and on you and on you and on you until you give one little bit of unprofessionalism, and then that's what they're going to, right? So back to SandCity, that's what we just try to be mindful of. But you're welcome here. Politically, socially, sports takes, bring it. Let's be respectful. Let's be adults about this stuff and keep it about ideas and may the best idea win. We about ideas around here, bro. I got my takes. I got my, you know what I mean? If you come through, you know what I mean? I listen to J Mac. I listen to Rob. I listen to people. I have my personal opinion. I not listen to people. I'm like, and then certainly I listen to a lot of conservative people, and I'm like, damn, let me come back. I didn't understand that. I was looking at you one type of a way. You broke some things down, connected some history, talked about some fiscal responsibility and some, some 10-year plans. And I said, okay, shoot. I got to go back to the drawing board. This man came through with some facts. And I got to step my game up if I really believe in my argument. So that's what time it is. That's what we want on SandCity. So yeah, man, come through. Or not, we got a lot that we're rocking with. We got a lot that you see. We an hour and a half. This looks like it going. We on a move right now. So yes, Mr. Kelce, he's doing it. We don't celebrate. We congratulate. And we just want more and more. What did Billie Jean King say? Pressure is a privilege. Yeah, bro, that pressure is a privilege. You built yourself up to be in this place, to have that pressure, right? And that's why sports is it's the ultimate meritocracy in many ways, of people coming from obscurity. And you feel that you have something to contribute. You're that hick from French Lick. Talk about Larry Bird, talks about why he had confidence. He said confidence come from hours upon hours. You want to talk about Luka Doncic? Hours upon hours. I'm from Slovenia, bro. We ain't got 5, 6, 7, 8 types of chocolate where I'm from, bro. Eastern Europe, behind that wall, bruh. We ain't got Chipotle and Chick-fil-A and Wendy's and McDonald's, and we got 8 we got one option. This is my ticket out, man. You want to talk about a young Charles Barkley in Leeds, Alabama? Everybody's at the party. He's on the court working on his game at 5'10", overweight. Then he had his mango season late, had his mango season junior and senior year. So he goes from that chunky guard to now that, explosive forward, right? But his mentality is, these guys are killing me. I can't get no shine. I ain't gonna make the team unless I put these extra hours in. I won't be on the team. Never mind starting, never mind starring. I won't even be on the roster if I'm not putting in these extra hours. That's the mentality of a lot of our greats. So that by the time that they are, quote unquote, discovered, Larry Bird said, talking about confidence. By the time I got to the stage, there had been so much that I had been through. Never mind working as a trash collector and being happy to be a trash collector. Larry Bird said 2 things. He said, where I come from, remember French Lick, everybody had the same thing. And this is the blessing and the curse that we lack. We lack this right now. We're having this conversation and education about these smartphones and what to do and how to manage. And now we're going into another brave new world of artificial intelligence that's talking about people with advanced degrees in coding that are just being made obsolete. We're not going too deep down this rabbit hole, but this is where we're at right now. You know it, I know it. We got folks with advanced degrees from leading universities in coding that can't find jobs. Something is wrong. It's wrong. If you did what you were supposed to do, got the information, education, you are creme de la creme, and Facebook is not hiring you to be a coder because of this artificial intelligence, we got some work to do, folks. We got work to do. I'm going to leave it at that. But this is the conversations that we're having, right? That we're having about just how to, where we're going as a society and these new challenges. But back to greatness and our greats, Larry Legend said, where I come from, we ain't have no social media. We ain't have no artificial intelligence. Rural Indiana. So everybody, we might not have much, but ain't no big time in it going on around here. You're not big time in this body because you got some fried chicken tonight and they just got rice and beans. We're not doing that. Or you only got collard greens, okay, but he got grits and gravy. No, we're going to bring some of the grits and gravy over so you can get some of this good. You know people like that. and just do it second nature. This was my grandfather. I keep going back to my grandfather because it's just crazy. Like, this is how they didn't have much, but they had each other. I keep going back to this. They didn't have much, but they had each other. Now we have much, but we don't have each other. We have so much, but we don't have each other. We're all in our own silos. That's the whole loneliness that we deal with. Maybe it is what it is. You have a disagreement, come through with it. We are talking sports. This is going to be connected back to Larry Bird. But Larry Bird gave that perspective, just talking about, what I mean? He said, my confidence, what? He said everybody had the same. So we weren't worried about keeping up with the Joneses. We were worried about surviving. We surviving. And when you did get some survival, your mentality is, because I know what it's like to struggle. So I'm going to lend a helping hand to the next one so that you can pull yourself up. That's natural. That's normal. You ain't got no cornbread? Come over, get some. We got extra. We had a plentiful harvest. We got some extra cornbread. Come get some of this. No charge. Come get some of the cornbread. Come get some of that good soul food. Oh, yeah. And then I know it's just understood. The next time when I'm struggling, that lean on me, you can come and get some of my grits and gravy, and we keep it moving. Larry Bird's a trash. He left Indiana because, Bobby Knight, he didn't, everybody's not the same. Larry Bird lost his father early on in his life to suicide. Everybody's not the same. You can't treat everybody, and not that Bobby Knight is not an all-time great coach as he is, but Larry Bird, because of his trauma, he wasn't responding to that West Point military stuff because of what he had been through. In my mind, I'll let him speak for himself, but then in my mind, that's not what I respond to. You got to just let me understand. Like but you ain't got to be calling me out my name every, that which was Bobby Knight's way. So Larry Bird, I'm out. Boyhood wonder, I'm out. And what did he do? He was a garbage collector. This is the best player in Indiana. The whole state is where he's collecting trash. And the Indiana State coach had to come back multiple times to convince him. He's like, no, I'm good. Larry was like, I'm good. This is Larry Bird. What we would have missed without Larry Bird. It's like, I'm good. Right? Because he's dealing with he's processing trauma in his late teens and early 20s. He's processing. I don't need you in my face screaming at me about, a screen. Okay? I lost my father at a young age. Okay? I'm trying to hold it together. Please. Basketball is what is keeping me grounded and connected, but I don't need this full metal jacket that you giving me, Bobby Knight. I don't need it. And I know you're Bobby Knight, but right? We're gonna have this conversation. SandCity, I know we've been going for a minute, but we shoot. I'm on time tonight, so we gotta talk about Bill Belichick. We going through it right now. Right? And we gotta let's get Larry on the screen. Let's get Larry, because I've been on this for a minute, and I'm not coming back off this. We're gonna talk a little bit more NFL. We're gonna talk, but then we gotta go, right? You're Bobby Knight. I got respect for you, but I'm Larry Bird, doggone it. Okay. And unfortunately, Bobby Knight didn't understand who he was talking to. Unfortunate for Bobby Knight, that is. He had a system, he had a way of doing things, but he ain't know who he was talking to. Right? That's the humility part of it. He ain't know. He like, I'm Bobby Knight. By the way, go ahead and check out The Greatest That Never Was about Marcus Dupree. Barry Switzer talks about this. Looking back. He's like, I'm Barry Switzer. Excuse me. But by the way, that was Marcus Dupree. That was Marcus Dupree right there, folks. So he says, in fairness and humility, looking back, I should have handled that differently. He needed. One of the things I get from Uncle Shannon, I'm gonna treat you. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna treat you fairly, but I ain't treating you all the same. I'm treating you fairly. I'm not treating you all the same. Red Auerbach understood this. Bill Russell's not practicing today. The rest of you are practicing. Shout out. Salute, Chris. The greatest that never was. 30 for 30 gold. You know, why do you play for the ESPN Plus? Access to the 30 for 30 directory. No two ways about it. The greatest that never was. Yeah. So that's Larry Bird's experience at Indiana. Bobby wasn't giving, and Larry said, you know, Elena Deladon is kind of a similar story. Elena Deladon started at UConn. Gino, she has a sister that has some physical limitations that's very dear to her. So Elena Deladon was like, I need to be close to my sister. I'm struggling. Gino, you have your way of doing things. It's not for me. Elena Deladon left UConn and just went to Delaware and played volleyball. She didn't even play basketball for a couple years. And then she came back to basketball. Because it just the way, and it's a give and take. I think Gino could say, maybe I could have, or maybe, he kept winning that. He kept winning natty. So it is what it is. But with Larry, it didn't work out at Indiana. He went home to be a trash collector for a time. Indiana State coach wouldn't be turned around. He said, okay, I'll come back. And the rest is history. Right? But there was no question because of what he put in before. What does Malcolm Gladwell talk about? The 10,000 hours in order to be scholarly with something that you need. Right? You need those 10,000 hours to get to master something. He Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Luka Doncic, they did their 10,000 hours. So when it was time, they were ready. They were ready. I'm hoping that Travis Kelce will be ready. I don't know it's exactly the same with him. His journey, even though he was unheralded out of college, coming to the league. But he's put his time in to be where it is he needs to be. All right, folks, we're going to stay in the NFL. We got to talk about a couple other things NFL-wise regarding our dynamic players. We're going to talk about the Micah Parsons situation. In that Jerry Jones said he expects Micah Parsons to be there for game 1 out on the field. It's kind of a bold statement. No deadline to extend. No deadline for an extension, but Jerry's saying he expects Micah to be out there game 1, which is a big deal. Certainly a big deal. Never mind, because we're moving through August. Okay, and the season is on the horizon, folks. Moving through August, season on the horizon. But these two sides are entrenched. I've gone to social media, which is as I cough a bit, as my chair gives a little bit of feedback. I told you, my chair is all reliable here. Been with me for a grip. It's achy, a little achy breaky, but gets the job done. Got to make sure I put the stop on. I can only only go so far back. And the tussin is doing its thing, but I'm getting over the head cold. Much better today than I was yesterday, and I want to just continue on with my tussin. Right, but listen, folks. My thing is, I don't believe that verbiage from Jerry Jones is helpful. Right? I expect Micah Parsons to be on the field game 1. Jerry, what do you say? Right? That seemed to be to me some of the Jerry Krause language. Okay, I expect Micah Parsons to be on the field game 1. You mean he's going to play without an extension as to where it currently the situation is? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying you're willing to meet him halfway, reopen negotiations, and try to find some common ground? Because back in the day, this language and it not being deconstructed, this is the language of Jerry Krause with Michael Jordan. You are proper tie of the Chicago Bulls. I thought Jerry Krause was talking to a 1980s Michael Jordan when they was going through the back and forth. Before the championships, the breakthrough, okay? Jerry Krause, this idea that organizations win championships. And how many has the organization won since 98? How many playoffs in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years with good leadership? Billy Donovan knows his business. Arturas Karnisovas knows his business. Yeah, they lost Lawrence as well. Right? Which makes Micah Parsons' value that much greater. So I'm trying to understand this tone from Jerry Jones of I expect him to be on the field the first game. Is that an olive branch to say that I am willing to meet with his camp, to stop lobbing grenades across no man's land at each other, to sign a cease and desist letter, and to find a restaurant and to go and to sit down and get back to business in terms of what is it going to take for us to get this done versus Micah, your behind is under contract. I remember the running back, Le'Veon Bell was the running back that I couldn't remember recently, who held out with the Steelers, and then, he just didn't play, so he just lost a year. And it didn't end up, that situation wasn't resoundingly favorable for him. No, I'm not going to play. All right, don't play. You're coming back to get the same money. Because this is the NFL. It stands for not for long. You have the weakest union. Okay? And whether it's right or wrong for the league to have these prices for some of these positions, well, the analytics say running back's not important. Never mind, the Eagles won a championship on the back of Saquon Barkley. But running back's not important. So the Giants said the analytics say running back's not important, so we're not paying you. Thank you. Saquon told his people, when can we be on I-95 South? They didn't want to secure a bag from me because running back's not important. When's the next train out of Grand Central Station? We're taking our towns to Philly. Okay, running back's not important, so I can't get my market value. I have to take this diminished salary based on the number crunchers. Nope. This team is built on the back of Danny Dimes and not Saquon Barkley. Nope. I've heard enough. How are we doing this? Are we doing Uber? Are we like, because I'm out. Saquon was out. He was on I-95 South. I'm going. Okay. I don't know about those running backs out there, but I is Saquon Barkley. That's who I is. You heard me? I don't know, but I know me. I Saquon Barkley. I's Micah Parsons. That's who I is. You telling me about this one and that one and this? You talking to, right? Not so different than the Bobby Knight, Larry Bird situation. Okay, I'm not talking about this other recruit that's homesick that you need to speak to like this. I'm Larry Bird, bro. Okay? I'm not this other guy. I'm an all-time great. Right? This is why football lost Jim Brown after 9 years. We can't let Jim Brown have privileges. Because if Jim Brown has privileges, they're gonna all want privileges. So we have to keep we right? What is that word? Collusion? We can't let Jim Brown get ahead of himself. No. Because if he gets ahead of himself, what's next gonna happen? we gotta be lockstep to put him in his place. So we only got to see Jim Brown in the NFL for 9 years. Who lost out? Because Jim Brown had to be treated like everybody else. Arguably the greatest football player who ever lived has to be treated like everybody else. Babe Ruth has to be treated like everybody else. Okay? So this is what's fascinating about sports. This is the meritocracy of sports. This is the democratic nature of sports. How sports can democratize a society, because we see these examples and they change the culture, they change the consciousness, and it makes for more a society that's more receptive, all right, to the sharing of power. Jerry Jones said, Michael Parsons, you're going to be on the field game 1. That's all he said. That sound to me like there's an or else after that. I'm hearing or else. That's what I'm hearing. Mike, are you going to be on the field game 1 or else? I don't know if Mike is hearing that. Jerry's been doing this a long time. He's up there. He loves to do it. You know what I mean? Do you become more progressive or more conservative with age? What is it? Right? So Jerry's on one end of the spectrum. He's, getting down, into the twilight years. Mike is on the other end of the spectrum. He's just coming in to the realm. Right? So worldview wise, they're at different poles. And to Chris's point, it looks like to me it's going into the season and Mike is just I'm not playing. And that's where this is going to get fascinating in terms of how long, right? If you watch The Sopranos, folks, let me just come on over here for a quick minute. No. Oh, no. Okay. Because I told you I got my traders. You know what I mean? So these gummies is, woo! These gummies delicious right now. So I need to power up. We about an hour and 45 in. No end in sight, but your boy need a quick power up. I need to get on these. I need to get on a couple gummies. You know what I mean? I busted down my gummies. I got a couple more over there. Never mind, $1.99. Apologies in advance, Different people consume gummies different ways. Speaking of which, because there's something like what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to keep it in my mouth, so I can talk, but I'm wearing the gummy down, over time, like a lollipop. Let me know if my speech is slurred or offensive. I got to power up, though. Just because that's, I didn't get my bust down before this episode. Got a couple snacks. I did my Nutri-Grain bar, so on and forth. But I didn't get any. So I'll eat a little bit after. So let me know. Got a couple gummies. The orange juice and the hot tea, Chris. Respect on both. Orange juice with the calcium, I learned, particularly during the winter, to keep that calcium up, keep yourself during cold season. Talked to a fellow educator, my former teacher. He put me onto that. Keep my OJ, keep that OJ strong in the winter, so the calcium is strong. And a dear friend of mine who plays on the men's league team, who ran Division I cross country and track. He's one of these folks that doesn't talk it, but walk it. He doesn't talk much, but he walks it. He's been doing intermittent fasting for years. Like it's a decade. He's been talking about intermittent fasting, which is becoming more fashionable. Where you will fast for 36 hours, right? So let's say you're going to do intermittent fasting. You're not going to eat anything on Wednesday. right? You're gonna have whatever. You're gonna get up early on Wednesday, have breakfast, and then you're just not gonna eat anything until lunch on Thursday. Intermittent fasting. So he has been on that for a minute. He does a lot of when he's doing intermittent fasting. He'll drink tea. He has like this particular type of tea that he drinks, and he's built it up to now. It's just like, and he's in great shape. He was one of the mentors, like older brother dudes when we were coming up, that you now get the chance to be friends with, which is like a privilege because you always remember when you were like in 6th grade and he was in high school or college. So that's cool. But he does the intermittent fasting. He'll do the tea, and it's like he'll do he'll do it every week, or sometimes he's got it so he can do 2 days, he can do 3 days. And it's not about starving yourself, or it's not for everybody. That's not what I'm saying. But the science is when you fast, like your body now can it starts to use. If you're, I'm getting a little fluffy. My metabolism slowed down. I'm still doing my snackaroodies. I ain't giving up my snackaroodies. Period. But you get older, you don't move your body as much as you once did. So when you do the intermittent fasting now, you got a little, got a dad bod type thing going on. Your body can start to break down some of the extra, some of the fluff. And then it like resets you vitality wise. So yeah, OJ certainly, particularly in the winter when you need to fight off the cold season, and then the hot tea, just in general, particularly, you got to clear out your sinuses. But if you're an intermittent fasting person, he speaks to that. So let's look, folks. It's high drama in Dallas. They're leading the news cycle. Denzel Washington, shout out to highest to lowest, a Spike Lee joint that's coming out. It's going to be on point, just like, right? If I see Spike Lee joint, I know. What did we learn from John Turturro and Rounders? I hear them. I hear that sound. I see the mechanic's grip. I know. Shout out to Rounders. Late 90s indie. Well, it's known. John Malkovich, Matt Damon, John Turturro, Edward Norton. Shout out to Rounders. Okay, we're going to talk about UFC going forward. Talk about my good friend, my dear buddy D-Tomp, and the mega deal that UFC did to kind of reinvent the game. Rounders. But, excuse me. I look over, I see the mechanic's grip. I know. Okay? Jerry Jones, you talking that or else stuff right now. You talking that old man in the sea stuff right now. You talking that no country for old man stuff right now. And I understand it, but I don't think Mike is hearing any of it. And I don't know if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, never mind, at Chris's point, you lose to Marcus Lawrence. You have a new coach. This is who the Cowboys are and will be. They're a circus, a very profitable circus, but it continues to boggle my mind. How you could be in the Lone Star State, the home of one Mr. Arch Manning, the heir apparent, a sport where they build $60 and $70 million high school stadiums and don't even think twice. And those stadiums pay for themselves. That's normal. We have $60 and $70 million district budgets here in the Northeast. That is the budget. That dwarfs the budget for some communities. That's twice the budget, the education budget for some communities. That is just a stadium in Texas, and they're happy to do it. And I imagine whether it's the Texas oil money or whatever the heck is going on, that those investments are paying themselves off because they keep happening. Now Georgia just got in the mix, did the same thing. So that's not stupid money. That's good money. They getting that money back somehow based on what football means in the Lone Star State. That's what we're talking about. My good buddy, PJ Pino, who's down in Texas, met a wonderful girl down there, married, has 2 kids with her, a third, her and the stepson, and just doing great. They come up to visit, just great people. He talks about it. I'm always, he's a sports guy, So we're always talking. He's like, yeah. So I was just out watching practice. It's nice outside. Get off of work. I just go out and watch practice. I'm just taking in some community, talking with people. Just everybody just working people, just sharing community. And he's like, I'm looking at these kids, and it's like I thought they were a varsity team because it's 5'10", 5'11", 6'1", 6'2", just across the board. Like they would be a state championship if you just looked at them across the board. Like if it was a Massachusetts team, they'd be a state championship contender. He's like, they took off their helmets. They were 13. They're 13 years old. He's like, they got man bodies. 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 160, 170, ripped. 13. This is youth football. They would be in the flag football tournament that we're having here on the Cape on Saturday. They would be in the middle school division. 6'2", 180. And that is normal. That's big time college football, high school football in Texas, which is another wonder in terms of Kyler Murray, how he lit up that system at 5'9", or whatever. That's what Kyler Murray is used to. That's normal. At 5'9", he's strong, but he's not a big person. He's not a large person. He's in there with these just, mammoth individuals. And that's just, this like, isn't it like here? Isn't it like this everywhere? That's normal. Right? Never mind Friday Night Lights and what a great book and movie that is. Culture, and so on and forth. So I just cannot get over football in Texas and what it means to that culture. And how the Dallas Cowboys, most profitable, big show. There's just a lot of community building, and you meet your spouse, and it goes down to the family lines, and I get all that, the culture, the heritage, and this is going back hundreds of years, and we've always rooted or loved football, rooted for the Cowboys, and it's generational. I get that. But what this tells me with Micah is we talking lottery on 3. We talking Arch Manning on 3, even though it's unclear what Arch is going to do after this year because he's cut from a different cloth. This is ridiculous. On brand, ridiculous. So Jerry Jones, I expect Micah to be in camp. He gonna be. You gonna be in camp. If you know what's good for you, you gonna be. That's that talk. That's that parental language, boy. When they start saying when parents start talking to the third person, or they say if when they start, and they start dropping, when your parents start to get an accent, they start dropping the R's, they start going back to their formative years. Right, because usually generations become more progressive rather than conservative. So I'm trying to give you a little bit more than I didn't have, but you're pushing me. So I'm realizing that mom and dad wasn't done. You're pushing me right now, boy. When you hear that tone, you try me one more time, and of course, you're young, so you're just young, and you're in your Springer, like you're just hyperactive and can't sit still, and it seems like prison, because your parents tell you have to stay in one night, which now you get older, which is like, I don't have anything to do. You want to celebrate. When you're 13, 14, you feel like you're in a minimum security lockup. You got all this energy. Never mind the social media. Never mind just the energy part. Like, I need to move around. I need something to do. You tell me to sit in my room and read a book? It's almost like Chinese water torture. Are you kidding me? You're just a young person, a young boy, I just need to move around. A, and then B, you get, everybody's there, and Winnie Cooper is there, and I'm gonna live happily ever after at 14, and you made me miss it. I don't know if I can go on. I don't know if I can start. It's traumatic. So people are at two different phases of they're at two different phases of the journey. I think this is very appropriate. I think this is what we're talking about. Micah is that young upstart, young man, talented and just full of energy and life. And Jerry's that, no country for old men. I had enough. I just, you get older, and as much as these things keep you going, which is a good part of it, it gives you purpose, and you get up, you move around because you got to do it. It's move it or lose it time. I got it, like now this is where I look back. It's getting a little bit hard to get up. It's getting a little, and I have lazy inclinations that I have to work through. But you look back and you say, damn, can't get that time back now. Damn. How many, in my formative years when I was disillusioned and discouraged, sleeping all day, staying up all night, doing it again. Damn. I wish I would have read a book or something, written something down, gone to IHOP, something, instead of sleeping my life away. I can't get that time back now. And I had relatively good energy, right? It wasn't beyond all the psychological things that you're going through. You feel lonely. You feel like everybody else is doing so much better than you. You feel like you have to wait forever to do anything. I gotta wait till I get out of high school. Now I gotta wait till I get out of college. Now I gotta wait till I get promoted. Now I gotta wait till I can afford an apartment. You feel like it's always hurry up and wait. That's what that patience is hard. Just feel like a lot of hurry up and wait. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing in high school. Like, when is it gonna work out for me? Now I gotta go to college. I start again. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do in college. Okay, if I graduate, is it now gonna work out for me? Talk about what college students are going through in terms of, can they find a job? Oh, now I gotta start all over again. Now I gotta do more. It's like when is this investment gonna pay off? Again, back to Steve Harvey, back to Bernie Mac, back to Larry Bird. But when you just feel like it's constantly, so you get frustrated in your Rum Springer. It's frustrating. It is. Everybody's telling you to wait, which is easy for them because you're older and you're just more tired. It's easier to wait, and you don't have as much energy. Even though you can see the benefit in waiting, but you don't have, you're not in that supersonic mode that the youth are, that you have to be mindful of, right? So that's what's going on. And, I was saying, I think where Jerry, because you do have wisdom, because you have seen this happen again and again. That's what you have. You've just seen it happen so many times, you know where it's going. To Jerry's point. That's why your grandparents don't correct you, by and large. They spoil you. Because they know what correcting you is going to amount to. It's just going to make you want to do it even more. So they don't say anything, even though they know exactly where it's going. That's why you like your grandparents. You can talk to your grandparents because you feel, that there's no judgment. They support you. They encourage you, so on and forth. But they've been through it before, so they realize it's just not going to work. I know what you need to do. Frankly, you know what you need to do. But right now, you're not ready to do it. You're not ready. I want the truth. Right? That's that famous thing. I want the truth. You're young. Give me the facts. This is wrong. There's an injustice. Right? You got that fire of life. It's good. But older people, you can't handle the truth. If you really wanted that truth, if you really wanted the dream, if you really wanted what they do in the Native American community, you want the truth, Vision Quest. Adios. You really want it? You go and you live apart from the camp for a month by your damn self in the middle of nowhere. See us in a month. Then we can talk. You about that? In the Native American tradition, the Vision Quest? Oh, you really something, huh? You gonna show them. You adios. The wilderness is where you need to be. If you real on that. Because that's where you can get down to the nitty gritty, as Bernie Mac said, the bulk of things, the foundational things. That's where you find it. Not in the club, when people cheering from you. What does Coach K say? The will to prepare. The games are easy. The games are easy. It's a crowd, there's people there supporting you, cheering. You want to do well. You don't want to be embarrassed. There's all these communal things. You're working together. You know what I mean? Okay. When Muhammad Ali is out there 5 o'clock in the morning in them work boots on the road, who's up for that? Who's up for that run? Where's all the pomp and circumstance then for the 5 a.m. workout? Huh? In the first workout of the day, get something to eat, go home, sleep. You working out again, and we're gonna do a night run too. And what? Who coming back for the second run of the day? Speaking of football, our camp is starting, bro. We're doing media day here. It's a beautiful thing. People are excited. I'm excited for them. But then first day of practice is next day, bro. So after we take those great pictures, which is really cool. You take your pictures, you have your pose. Awesome. They do such a great job with it. Wonderful. Okay. So that's what we want. That's the vision. Next day, we're going to work. We're going to work. You might want to put that picture away for some months. Take that picture out in November when it's brick cold and we're battling for playoff seeding. You're hurt. You're tired. Middle of the season, you had good games, bad games. You had a spot. You lost a spot. Okay, it was all perfect. Now it's all gone to nothing, and you still got to just keep grinding. Now take that wonderful summer picture out now to get your re-up, to refill that tank, to get that hunger, to refuel for the second half of the journey so you can get to that mountaintop. But it ain't gonna be no peaches and cream. First day, take them. Soak it all up, get it, because that's what those are the pictures you're gonna look back on in perpetuity. It's wonderful, it's correct, but the journey is going to be a grind. So take it, put it away, all right, and then lock in for the grind. Right? So that's what Micah, where he's at. If they can come to an agreement. Right? Because that's for Micah's side, he does deserve what he deserves because he's, a young lion. But from Jerry's side, I'm not just giving you this. We're not doing this AAU NIL baloney. You got to have some skin in the game. Period. Right? I may be peculiar and eccentric in what I'm doing, but I know who Charles Haley is. Right? Jerry might have to have it his way, but he built a dynasty to start the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry built a dynasty from day one. Oh, who's this oil man from Arkansas and swashbuckling, and he's, probable to, wheeler dealer. Does he even have enough money to own the team? And he's so full of himself, and you gonna fire Tom Landry? This upstart from Arkansas gonna fire Landry? Coming in here like he knows who the Dallas Cowboys are? In a Jimmy Johnson from Florida? People in Florida gonna tell us in Texas something about football when they out there with them Gators and them Anacondas? They gonna tell us about football in the Lone Star State? Who they think they is? What they say in the South? You must be out your cotton picking mind now. Jerry Jones gonna come in here and tell us something about football. What they say? I borrowed this from Will Kane. He's moved over. He was really good in sports. He's moved over in politics. He's doing really well. Again, we don't have to agree on everything. Will Kane's show is on point on ESPN. I'm happy he's doing well with Fox News and certainly a lot of news, politically, all that stuff. One thing I borrowed from Will Kane, he said, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I borrowed that from Will Kane. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. I'm picking it up. Okay? People in Dallas, I ain't picking up nothing that you're putting down, Jerry. I ain't picking up nothing. You out your mind. And then you get rid of Herschel Walker too? No, we about to get this man out of here. That's how they did Coach K early on. The Iron Dukes, they didn't want him. Kid from West Point with this multiple syllable last name. He's not one of us. He's not a part of the tobacco aristocracy. Kid from Chicago. West Point? What? As he was building it up, it got tight. We I don't know if he's the right one to go toe-to-toe with Dean Smith. I just don't know. I have my doubts. But what they say, in professional and political circles, I have concerns. When you hear concerns, okay, that means the gloves are coming off. That means it's gangs in New York time. When somebody, I have concerns. That's a buzzword. They say concerns. That means the gloves, the fluff is coming off. And we dealing with this right now. Bare knuckle. I got concerns. That means they're going to try to get somebody up out of there. I don't like this person. Okay, they're not my cup of tea. All right, we are the learned, knowledgeable aristocracy. Okay, so they want to get rid of Coach K. Yeah. Then by the time he was ready to retire, the roles had reversed. When Kobe came calling in 2004, Coach K was like, oh, you don't want me no more, huh? Y'all don't want me? The Lakers saying they want me. So what y'all saying here at Duke? Team USA saying they want me. What y'all saying here at Duke? Who gonna come through and run this the same way that I'm doing to bring these natties and this generational wealth and who gonna Coach Mike? Just be you. Hey, that's something. Hey, that's something. Wait. Just be you. We believe in you, Mike. What? How can we support you? Okay, you can support me with that 10 millions. You can support me with that ironclad contract that I have to be the highest paid coach. That's how you can support me. We ain't doing no discounts. Because I remember when you wanted to run me out of here. So now I'm getting that elite market value. Win, lose, or draw, you're giving it to me. Because that's what my market value is, and you ain't got nobody to come behind me to do it. And by the way, Jon Scheyer is doing his thing, but who's the consigliere with him? Coach K. Coach K ain't left. Coach K is the consigliere right there. And that's why the transfer power went as it did. Because remember, Tommy Amaker was the next in line. Tommy Amaker was the heir apparent, or Johnny Dawkins. They were the princes. Coach would coach, were his assistants since time immemorial. That's what the Duke president wanted. Obviously, Tommy Amaker, person of color, same, Coach K was like, nah, bro. Because I ain't leaving like that. Tommy's a wonderful coach. He's doing his thing. Dawkins, Jeff Capel, Woj. These guys are all tremendous coaches. But I need an apprentice. Because Coach K ain't going nowhere. I'm not doing 60, 70-hour weeks anymore. I got to enjoy my grandkids. I can do 30, though. In retirement, I do 30. And John knows he better pick up on the second ring, if that, when I call. He knows that. Don't let it get to 3 rings, John. He knows. You ain't busy when Coach K calls. You picking up. And if I have suggestions, I better see it when I watch a practice, a game. Okay? So you can have this role, the job. All right, this is similar to what's kind of going on in Alabama. I don't think it's as seamless as a process because Nick Saban rage quit. Nick Saban rage quit from Alabama because he couldn't stand the fact, and this is not just Nick Saban, it's others, that he has to talk to players on an equal footing. That was too much for Nick. That was too much from Nick. Shout out to Up On Game, the podcast. Plaxico Burst, TJ Houshmandzadeh, LeVar. Shout out to Up On Game. Because they talk about this. Plaxico Burst tells his story. He's a junior at Michigan State. Nick Saban is there. And he's like, Nick, coach, what do I do? I don't know what to do. He's like, you need to come back to school. You made a commitment. You got to come back and honor that commitment. And wear the green and white. And do it for the team. He said when LSU came through with the bag, he ain't see Nick Saban again. LSU came through with a bag for old Nick. But that old Saint Nick, I ain't see him again. When LSU came through with his bag. Or whoever it was. Whoever else his next spot, I didn't see that man again. When his bag was secured. But here I am, got a bag secured. He telling me to come back and work for Chi-Chi Beans. Work for a scholarship and no benefits. LeVar Arrington said when he was at Penn State on the cover of Sports Illustrated, number 2 overall pick at NFL draft, going to the Washington, then Redskins, now Commanders. He said if he was late, with doing film study, and he missed the mess hall where they got that good food, LeVar said you had to find somebody that loved you. You was driving around looking for a warm plate. Can't get no food service. You missed the cafeteria. You just like everybody else. You just like somebody with homesickness, LeVar Arrington, about to go to the NFL and secure a bag. That's the wages that you should be, rather than the millions and tens of millions. That's your market value. So Nick Saban over there, the situation in Alabama, they started strong, but there's it's rocky, and they're looking at, well, we got to call Nick back to do some of this recruiting, and we don't know, and I know you don't know because there's only one Nick Saban. But the difference is there was a peaceful transfer of power from Krzyzewski to Jon Scheyer because it was understood that Coach K ain't going nowhere. I'm just coming up into that consigliere role. All right. And I have the young prince, who, but them strings is attached. I'm not just, you know what I mean? No. Tommy Amaker could come in, could do this, that, and the third, but I'm still here. Right? Similar situation as I go for, I need to get some snackaroonies because SandCity's in the building and we ain't going nowhere. We got another hour minimum of the program. Now, another hour minimum. So I'm gonna get my snackaroodies going on here. But it was a different situation with Dean Smith when he left, and then it went to Guthridge, who was there for a year. That's the year the guy, Vince Carter and everybody, and they made it to the Final Four, and the guy got ejected from the game for doing something stupid. They lost to Utah when they were the better team. And then it went to Brad Daugherty was the next after that. But it was Dean Smith, and it went to Guthridge for a quick year with Dean Smith guys. But Dean Smith went to Roy Williams when he was at Kansas. He said, I need you to come back. Roy Williams said, I'm at Kansas, I can't leave Kansas. I got it built up, obviously, right? There's a documentary about Scott Pollard that's on point. I'll reference it in a second. Again, sorry, I'm talking and eating. I need my power-ups. By the way, shout out to Trader Ed's. I'm in Trader Joe's. These things delicious, bro. $1.99. And they're not, again, is it too much? Do I need to, I can't be doing the sugar. I got to do push-ups and sit-ups. Yes. But they're made in a way, because if I just get like straight candy, like what we used to eat all the time as food. Remember when Sour Patch Kids was food? That was like a meal. Every day. Because I'm waking up last minute. I'm last minute with mine. Again, sorry, I'm eating. I'm talking, I'm wearing these gummies down. So, if I was a baseball player, I got, I'm obviously not going to spit, but you know what I'm saying. So every day I would cobble together like $2, $3, $4, rushing because I didn't get up early enough to eat breakfast, get into school, go to the school store. And breakfast for me, and then this was my post-school snack if we had an away game, was a Snapple and watermelon Sour Patch Kids. If I could get that Snapple and watermelon Sour Patch Kids, that was my breakfast. Now, looking back, I'm like, what the heck was going on? Can I get a Nutri-Grain bar in there? Can I get some granola? Can I get some water? Right? Now with BJ's, I buy in bulk. So I got like 8 granola bars, which I would have eaten like 4 of them first block because I'm hungry. We're all hungry. I wasn't the only hungry one. Your boys are hungry too. Matter of fact, what we used to do is my buddy put me on the cough drops, which were good but cough drops was just like something tasty to get you through the lunch. I need just something to get me through the lunch. I'm hungry. But looking back, I'm like, man, that was breakfast. And then that was the post. I remember we had a game my sophomore year. Beautiful time. You can't wait. And by the way, it's 12:23 right now on the East Coast. So this is fortuitous. Because that's the last day before school, before Christmas break. So it's basketball season, which starts the first day after Thanksgiving, December 1st. You're in tryouts and you're trying to make the starting lineup. And so you're just going, who makes varsity, who makes all that stuff. Your mind is just going 1,000 miles. You're just your classes, you're not doing well in classes, but you don't have any time and you're dog tired and you want to be the man and you wanted this girl to like you. And it's just everything going crazy. And I remember I was just saying, I got to just make it to December 23rd. Make it to that last day before Christmas vacation. And I made it. And I was so happy. And we played North Quincy on the road, which is where on the Cape, so that's about an hour drive. So I made it to December 23rd. I remember I was happy. I was there after school. Never forget this. I will never forget this. And there was a teacher. She taught upperclassmen. I was still an underclassman. And she wasn't really my cup of tea, and I wasn't really her cup of tea. So unfortunately, we didn't really see eye to eye. And I wasn't even in her classes, but she just kind of, at the time, like now, older, we kind of, I see her, and it's love, and she taught history. I became a history teacher, all that stuff. I didn't see why it was so standoffish. I didn't see why it had to be so segmented. Excuse me. Excuse me, folks. Got one more sneeze coming. All right. Now I'm good, right? Sneeze is coming like threes. So I'm sneezing here. Got my gloves over there, so I'm gonna have to probably. I'm big on these things, right? I sneeze in a certain place. I'm one of these people. Different people have different ways of doing it. Thanks, Chris. Salute, respect. I'm one of these people that goes like this and sneezes on the ground. That's how I get down. Different people go about different ways. Or I'll sneeze in my hand, which means I have to wash my hands. So if I don't want to, then I'll try to sneeze on the ground. I'll lower my head, and I'll sneeze. Or what I do since I started teaching is I'll sneeze in the trash. Sometimes the students get a kick out of this. Like I will walk over to the trash and sneeze in the trash bin, right? Because it's winter and everybody else. Particularly when I'm teaching, I don't like to sneeze in my hand because I can't leave the classroom. I'm teaching, so I'm going to be here for like 3 hours. So if I sneeze in my hand, now I have to wash my hand. I don't really do the disinfectant as much. I mean, you could put disinfectant and be fine, but then I'm just going to sneeze again. So I'd be constantly putting disinfectant on my hand, which, as I understand it, lowers the efficacy of, if you're just constantly putting the disinfectant, then it's not the best thing. So I come here and I will sneeze like on the ground. I'd be like, but folks, it's the ground. It's dirty. You're not eating off the ground, right? And we are going to finish on Micah Parsons, but have you ever seen, I think we'll get this for you on the screen. We'll get this for you on the screen because it's important. And we're going to talk about Bill Belichick next. Holla at your boy, SandCity Sports. All right, gotcha. Take a look at a person sneezing in slow motion. How many particles let's get this figure on screen, folks. All right. All right, here we go. I had to cue it up. Thank you, Chris. Bless you. Coming from the Judeo-Christian, just a common courtesy. All right. So the slow motion sneeze. Let me see if that's sound effects.
Of course, a sneeze. An act that was once believed to be the explosive release of our very soul. And when viewed in the right light, a sneeze can take on a whole new dimension.
If you forget the fact that it is a sneeze, it's actually pretty beautiful process. Yeah, I think that they're all quite beautiful, actually.
Yes, beautiful. Those are germs.
Dr. Lydia Bariba is an assistant professor at MIT and a researcher of applied mathematics.
Shout out to MIT. Shout out to Noam Chomsky. Let's go back and just take a look, right?
This is, of course, a sneeze.
Yeah.
An act that was once believed to be the explosive release of our very soul.
There's a lot of...
And when viewed in the right light, a sneeze can take on a whole new dimension.
If you forget the fact that it is a sneeze, it's actually pretty beautiful process. Yeah, I think that they're all quite beautiful, actually.
Dr. Lydia Bariba is an assistant professor at MIT.
Yeah, beautiful and contagious. I can go with you on the beauty when you do it in slow motion, but also contagious. What the heck? Right? So we don't want that going just in the general ventilation, circulation of air. All right. So again, you sneeze in your hand, go wash my hand. You put your here. Sometimes people will just sneeze like into their, right there, wash it off. It's fine. But me, I go here and then I'm either sneezing on the ground or in the trash bin. Okay. Ground, public place. It's dirty. It's gonna be washed. It'll be dirty again tomorrow. Trash bin is a trash bin. So, uh, yeah. So I'm sneezing. I'm here talking to you, but then obviously there's the ground here, and then I got my gloves over there, so I'm kind of persnickety. So I get my disinfectant wipe sometimes and just go through, make sure that knows. Does it make a difference? Maybe just for me. I don't know how much overall it makes a difference. But by the way, I don't mind telling you, because what I do, right? I got my disinfectant joints over, my disinfectant joints over here. So I'll go. I might do it right now since I'm thinking about it. Just kind of wash the inner side of the glove. Just give it a little 1-2. The glove, because it might have got some sneeze particles. And I didn't really use this, and it's still moisturized. So I'm a conservationist. Some people will say that I'm a hoarder. I prefer the term conservationist. You're welcome to chime in on that however you feel. I say conservation. So yes, I don't throw stuff away. I got to throw stuff away. I get that. I keep stuff. I'm a member of the Athletic Hall of Fame. I'm looking for VHS tapes of the Wonder Years so the alumni can have that because it's meaningful. Ken Burns is my hero, one of my heroes, documentary filmmaker, right? Makes films from pictures and then moved on, right, to have the visual images, which is amazing. But I bring that, the antiseptic joints. If you, like what I noticed is over time, the grit and the grime gets onto your doors and you look at it and it's like, why is the wall, like the wall behind my chair is, I'm looking at it right now, it's just black. It looks like a black, you talk about sneezing, it just looks like a black cloud of just, because the chair is just constantly going back. My head is up against the wall, so there's just all these marks on it. But those maybe not. If you go, particularly like the grime on your doors, it'll rub it right off. The antiseptics. So I use it. It's still wet. I'm done with it. But then now I go and I just get the grime off of the doors from just wear and tear, dust, and everything else. So it has full use and full value. I mean, maybe that's helpful. It's helpful for me. You might think otherwise, but it's again specific to sneezing. There's different ways to skin a cat as long as you do it in a way that's right respectful. Because right, I'm sneezing right now because I got a head cold early in the game. I don't want you to have a head cold. I'm going through my go through. I don't know if you have Robitussin on deck like I do. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm 2 hits into my Robitussin regimen, so you might not have any Robitussin on deck. So you might get like sick. So be respectful on it. I'm sneezing into the trash. I'm sneezing onto the ground, and I keep it moving. Actually, we were doing some community activity. I'm not that I'm like the best, but we had a backpack drive as the kids get ready to go to school. It was really cool. People came out. People were just friendly. So many people. So generous with the donations. There's so many school supplies for these kids. I know different people, but if kids needed school supplies in Barnstable or the Mid-Cape area, so much that we have, like 400 families, I believe. The group is called People of Action. And it started after the Philandro Castillo killing in 2016 in a way to kind of bridge the gap between law enforcement and the community. So we have an event called Unity Day, which has been a great success for 10 years, but we missed COVID, so 9 actual Unity Days, but it's been 10 years since then. And then we do backpack drive and there's other things that we do in the community. So it's just good to give back and to connect. But my sneezes I took with me, right? And obviously, so people are going to donate. I'm sneezing all over. That's not going to happen. So what I did is I was on the door, Staples, people at Staples, really cool. I'm on, like, people are just coming in, all the items over here to the right. I was over to the left, and they had a couple, like, billboards about what they're selling. And so I would just sneeze on the ground behind the billboard. You know what I mean? So people, and I was sneezing, like, people are like, oh, you need to go home, because I'm not fortunate. Like, if I had flu-like symptoms, right? People, you've been there with flu-like, right? Because a headache, I don't do well with headaches. I know how people, I can't, when I get a headache, I'm done. And it's usually when I haven't eaten or if I had bad chow or whatever. I don't do well with it. If it's a headache situation, I got to shut it down. And a lot of times just rest and get whatever is bothering me out the system. You know what I mean? So those like flu-like symptoms, like when you have bad chow, like I remember the one day, I worked in a district, Cape District, for 2 years. And I only missed 2 days, fortunately, in that entire 2-year period, fortunately, health-wise. but one day was to attend the service for a fellow educator, and the other day was the second day of the second, because we have 2 days of preparation, and then we have the first day of school. But I got some bad chow, some like egg salad that just didn't was had, Rob Parker has some funny stories about this. Rob Parker doesn't care, but it just didn't jive with me, so I woke up like in a cold sweat with a headache. It's almost like I can't, like vertigo. I'm just really wobbly, and then obviously you're nauseous and everything. So I was like, I called him up. I was like, I can't make it today. I just got this condition. Rested. It worked itself out. I sweated it out, and then I was good. So I can do the cold. I can do the head cold. I can do the sneezing, stuff like that. The flu-like stuff, done. No, I'm done. You get the shivers, the heebie-jeebies, and I'm lightheaded. No, we done. We done. Got to get the medication. Doctor prescribed that good medication. Got to get my OJ. Got to get a full plate. I can't have an empty stomach. Got to get my full plate, and it's just rest and relaxation till I sweat it out. And that's what Santino used to say in The Godfather. Shout out to The Godfather. He used to say, "I got to sweat. You got to sweat it out." So I borrowed that from Santino. Yeah, sweat it out. All right, let's go across. What do we got? We 12:30. It's kind of late, but you know what I mean. I understand. It's late, but it's not really late. So SandCity, we are moving and grooving. We're good on the socials. People are doing what they're doing. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. I appreciate a couple people that's locked in with me on the socials. Yep. And we got a couple of things to get to, folks. We're not. I know we are at the 2, but there's a number of other things to get to before we even get to Slice of Life. So I did a couple. I needed to go to my gummies to get some power, to my power up. I might have to go to the gummies once more to complete said episode. But that's fine. Right? Because we got to discuss as college sports is coming around, right? This is hard to see. I'm being honest with you. It's hard for me to see Bill Belichick coaching in college. So let's just start there. When he is so close to the all-time wins record in the NFL, right? I don't like this, right? But Belichick sat on a beach for 1 year, went over to Nantucket, got away, so he was out the game for a year. It's a phrase I borrowed from The Wire. They out the game, right? Bill Belichick was out the game for a year. A year, frankly, that he needed because he's not a spring chicken. He's in his mid-70s. How long can you coach, honestly? Like, you understand it fundamentally? Like, that's another thing, like, back to Jerry Jones, and our older officials. Yes, you have the wisdom. You have the wisdom for sure. But the reality is you don't have the energy. So you have to delegate. You are much more of a CEO than you are a manager of managers. Now, a CEO is technically, because this I get borrowed from Bill Gates. You have an individual performer, then you have a manager, then you have a manager of managers. So by definition, a CEO is a manager of managers. All I'm saying is that as you get older, you have to delegate more to your other managers rather than having that command presence to power, right? Bill Gates powered Microsoft for many years. I would say, until he did his film, like I would say, never mind just when he's starting the company and he's just drop out from Harvard and building his team and, bringing in Bomber. And Bill Gates talks about it. And again, for folks out there doing your passion project, Ken Burns talks about the process, poverty and anonymity. His Civil War documentary, classic, took him 5 years to do it. People thought he was crazy, told him he shouldn't do it, told him he should do a section of the Civil War. No, I'm doing the entire Civil War. Took him 5 years. He says in that 5 years, you take a vow of poverty and anonymity. Went off the grid to get that done. Okay, again, back to this idea of a vision quest. That's one of his standalone classics. Just the list goes on and on. Because it's one of these things where he has the energy to do it. But this is something that's important to note with Belichick, is that in recent years, his projects, and by the way, what Ken Burns does, or what he's shifted to, is to say, I'm going to do 10 projects in 10 years. So I'm not going to do one project a year. I'm going to do 10 projects over 10 years. So I have these 10 different, or 5, whatever, 5 different concepts that I want to do. Hemingway, Muhammad Ali. He's doing the Revolutionary War. The national, whatever he wants to shine light in terms of the American experience. And he's a true creative, i.e. David Simon. And for the creative folks out there, this is just something that I kind of gleaned with, is that, you're never, your current project is only the window or the avenue to your next project. So David Simon's doing The Wire, he's already thinking about Treme. And he's doing the Treme, he's already thinking about the Deuce, right? Because you're still living, right? And you want to do it as long as you can. So it's not to rest on your laurels, right? This idea of fame, the deceitfulness of wealth, which is kind of how I see things wrongly. Once I get rich and famous, then I'm just good. Right? I'm a working class person, so the goal is to get rich or die trying. Shout out to 50 Cent, who's diversified himself. They were talking about that the other day on The Odd Couple. But once I get rich, then I'm good. Just kind of thinking. If I cross that threshold, if I get to where Portnoy is, Portnoy talks about like first 10 years grind. Now, if I can make, Portnoy's talking about like bought the most expensive house on Nantucket. Talked about when he first started going to Nantucket, he can only go for a day. Portnoy was over here during the heyday in July, and then a lot of his pizza reviews are now coming out. A couple friends, which I pizza review is awesome. It, because it became such a big thing, everybody doesn't want him going in because they feel like it ruins their business. I'm not of that mindset. If I wouldn't look at it that way. If you don't like it, you don't like it, fine. But I just think you're glad you're there, and we can make, like, if I get a whatever, then we can just make a gaff out of it. But certain businesses, they don't want him there. And there's been instances where like people have just thrown stuff at him, like it's just gotten ugly, right? Ugly. And this is somebody with tens of millions, like literally possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. We talk about, and it could be just quick on Portnoy, that he sold Barstool for, some of the numbers go up to like $500 million. Now, whether he got all that $500 million, who knows? But, he got hundreds of millions selling Barstool. And then the company went sideways, whatever. He bought it back for $1. So the Barstool, I would venture to say Dave Portnoy has access to hundreds of millions of dollars. Who knows what his net worth is, but he has access to hundreds of millions of dollars. And he talks about, which is really cool. Do I agree with Portnoy and everything? No. Am I happy that a kid from the North Shore, created this brand and is successful? Yes, I am. We don't agree on everything. I don't agree with his Angel Reese takes. He loves Caitlin Clark. That's a really good take to have, it's a wedge take. He's pro Clark all the way, so it drives viewership. It drives everything. That's smart. Skip and Shannon were smart. Skip pro Brady, Shannon anti-Brady. Skip anti-LeBron, Shannon pro LeBron, right? You got to play the hits. This is one thing that Big Ben talks about. You got to play the hits. All right. They don't know Micah Parsons, or they don't know Jalen Daniel. Like the casual person doesn't. I know LeBron. I know Brady. All this other stuff. I'm a freaking scientist. I'm an accountant. I'm a plumber. Well, plumber. I don't know. I follow it. It's interesting. I support it, but I'm not in the minutia like you guys. All right. So Portnoy, it's smart with the Caitlin Clark stance because people know Caitlin Clark and they have very fierce opinions on her. So that's going to drive viewership. It's going to drive attention on and on and on. Right. But again, Portnoy, it's super cool. When it comes to the Cape, again, it's back and forth. There's been some ugly things, which are sad to me, just because, it doesn't need to be that way because he's already made it. And it didn't need to be that way anyway. That's one of the things where both people need to give. If they don't want you to do, to just leave. They don't want other people will. It's been received very well on the Cape. People are happy. Gave his review. We can see ourselves in. He went to Sweet Tomatoes right in Yarmouth, which is out of this world. Shout out to Sweet Tomatoes. There's one in Yarmouth. There's one in Austinville. They do a great job. Year-round business, wonderful. He went out there. He went to some of the other year-round places. Pizza Shark. Out in Harwich. It was cool. Right now, you might not get a 10. So what? Make a gaff out of it. It can build your brand. He was there. You can play off of that and just kind of move forward. But it got where it didn't need to go, frankly. But whatever. All right, what is fundamental? We don't agree on everything. So what? But he talks about like not having an office, having to move in with his in-laws, the grind, 10, 15 year grind. I know this is something and I'm people don't know it. They're looking at me sideways. I live with my in-laws. I'm in my 30s. Like, that's where the people that rock with you are really rocking because they see it and they believe in it and they're with you. And then others are just like, I don't know, bro. You're freaking. It might, but right now, bro, it's not a good look. He says then he turned the corner, let's deal with Penn Sports, so on and forth. And he just talks about how, it took me a decade plus to make my first million. Now I make $1 million in a week. With my assets, with my business, I make $1 million in a week. No problem, done. So I'm on the other side of it, and I respect the fact, and I learn from the fact that he's cognizant of both sides. I ain't going back. You might not like my angel take, you might not like me, but I tell you one thing, I ain't going back. I know that much. So he's a swashbuckling. It's Barstool Sports. So it's gonna be the edge Barstool. You're drinking, you're eating peanuts, you're tired, you're frustrated. You don't see a way out, and you're just trying to make it from one day to the next. Barstool Sports. So I don't have an issue with him retaining that grittiness. Now you can soften, obviously, you tend more to the middle as you grow because you want more access to markets and capital and everything else like that. But, just talking about coming back to Belichick, the initial sadness that I feel. But if this is what he wants to do, then fine, right? But it's a Sisyphus situation. He's so close to Don Shula, right? You're probably not going to see, right? This is, I will be in my twilight years. The next time you see somebody inch up and get into this rarefied air where he's at, and there's connections to that to Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. Okay, because Bill Belichick, it didn't end well in Foxborough. It's gotten messy. People are hurt. Right? It's dynasties end. Okay, not with a bang, but with a whimper a lot of times. So, Kraft saying stuff about Bell saying stuff about Kraft. Everybody's kind of fighting for their piece of the greatness. And it's gotten ugly, and maybe that's just the way it has to be. Maybe that's human life. And the winning kind of covers all of the battling that we do in capitalist societies as selfish people, whatever the reason is. As human people, you're just human. And you feel this, and it's particularly, right, like this is my life. This is my life's work. So, of course, you're going to be territorial about it. David Chase with The Wire, he's territorial. This is my life's work. So, no, this is not up for discussion. It's not a glib conversation. This is like you're fighting for your dissertation. This is not a laughing matter. This is my life's work. It's what I'm going to be remembered by. All right. And so we have a particular way, that we want things to go. I agree with that. Fine. The situation for me is that he's close to Don Shula's record, and I would have hoped, right? The game's changed, Bill. Life changes. And you got to change with the times. And you have to understand the times are going to change. What did Bill the Butcher say in Gangs of New York? Everybody owes, and everybody pays. And that's how you stand against the rising of the tide. Everybody owes, everybody pays. That's how you stand against the rising of the tide. Shout out to Bill the Butcher. Shout out to Gangs of New York, Martin Scorsese. That's real. Okay? The tide is going to rise. And greatness, leaders who attain that rarefied air, understand that intrinsically. You're a student of history. You understand It's not always going to be ascension. There's going to be a plateau. I'm going to have to adjust. There's going to be some decline, and then I can build. There's going to be ebbs and flows. And how can I, right? You have that zenith where you're at your strongest. That's going to be a part of your reign. But remember, now I'm talking about the Roman Empire, the Genghis Khans, the British. There's going to be a time of expansion and domination. And that's going to lend itself to a time of maintenance and to maintain what you have in perpetuity. You've built it. Now it has to be maintained, and then you can look at possibly further expanding. Right? So there's phases that you're going through. You're not always just conquering. And so specific to Bill Belichick, that's where it hurts my heart that as he's so close to Don Shula, he did not change with the times. It didn't end well in Foxborough. It didn't. Everybody's angry at everybody, right? You're losing. Pointing fingers, it's ugly. Right? Does it ever end well? Did the Bulls end well? Do Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen even talk to each other? Right? We play the Last Dance. We play the warm-up music. Might as well still be 1991. EA Sports, Lakers versus Bulls. 92, Lakers versus Blazers. 93, Lakers, Lakers versus Bulls, 91. Bulls versus Blazers, 92. Bulls versus Suns. EA Sports. It's in the game. That's where it is for us in our mind. But in reality, these people despise each other, unfortunately. Deeply personal. Things have, Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan unreconciled. Michael and Scotty unreconciled. Michael and Chuck. Fortunately, KG, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, they reached an understanding after the NBA at 75, but it ends with a whimper. All right, so that's what happened with the Patriots. That said, Bill Belichick is still an NFL coach. And if he was willing, right, to share power and say, listen, I really know defense and building defense and creating culture, okay? But I'm not going to have all the power. In the NFL, Bill, you have to share power and work with, right? You can't strong arm as we go for another snack of Rudy here. You can't strong arm folks anymore. You're used to strong arming folks. And there's something that goes with that. I know this, right? Working in education, because you have that power, you have the captive audience. Right? Well, I have the last say. I know it. Right? And I'm dropping the hammer. And you're going to feel the hammer. And it's not so much about the person that's getting the brunt of the hit. It's about the other people seeing them get the brunt of the hit and how they respond. That's what it's about. That's what, unfortunately, our human nature gets people up in the morning. Keeps people up late at night. I'm going to get them. And they're going to learn. And people are going to see it. That's our human nature. And I think Bill fell into that with the Patriot way. We ain't paying this man a year early. He's good for the team. He's a good dude. We can win with it. But at the end of the day, Bill Belichick, Jerry Krause, teams win championships. That's what he falls back on at the end of the day. And it's instructive because we saw another all-time great take a step back and say no. I'm talking about Coach K. Players win championships. I need the ingredients for the masterpiece. Coach K was anti one and done. Coach Cal was all in. So it was a bull market. I'm getting Derrick Rose. I'm getting Anthony Davis. I'm getting John Wall. I'm getting Boogie Cousins. I'm getting Julius Randle. I'm getting Karl Anthony Towns. I'm getting Devin Booker. And on and on and on and on. I'm in my bag. Right? Coach K, hey, teams win championships. System, organization, culture. Cal's like, cool, man. Come on through to Kentucky. Come on through to Memphis. Let's get these natties, folks. Only got the one, yes, the Memphis team, Bottom line, folks, Coach K changed with the times. He saw the writing on the wall. He saw where the game was going. And so we're going to get into the one and dones. Not only that, they want me to coach Team USA. I'm a West Point guy. You're talking my language. I was assistant coach on the Dream Team. Through line. I want to do this because I want to do it. But in terms of staying for 3 gold medals, it's only supposed to be 2. He stays for 3. They wanted him to stay because it was flowing and growing, and it was, but at the same time, Team USA gave him access to all of those future number 1 picks at a young age. So he got first dibs on building a relationship with Zion. Build a relationship with RJ Barrett. Build a relationship with Jahlil Okafor. Build a relationship with Cam Reddish. I got first dibs, and I'm all in. Coach Cal wanted to play this game for a minute. We're going to show him how this game is played now. All right? Avon, it was you for a minute. Marlo coming to town now. I got something for you. Yep. I got something for you now. He coming to the one and dones, and he shut it down. He won Natties. Highest paid coach. The brand was ironclad. He passed the baton while keeping his hands on the strings. And it just continues. He changed with the times. My issue with Bill Belt, that's my thing with him. And again, far be it from me as a Jag, just a guy. He's up there on Mount Olympus, all-time great, so on and forth. But he's not alone on Mount Olympus. Coach K is up there with him. Popovich is up there with him. He's not alone. These other all-time great coaches, Spoelstra, you can put in there. In terms of, they changed with the times. Spoelstra, not in terms of total championships, but just as a great coach, yeah. In terms of winning, no. Roy Williams, yeah. Okay. Paul, yeah, I'm eating. I'm talking. I know. But the gummies are delicious. And I need a power up. I got to do it. Need that power up. We're going 3 and change today. 3 and change. Have slice of life to get to. You can see I'm still a little bit, but it is what it is. So apologize. It's not the best, people eating. They're not the best. Let's get more to go. All right, so to Carolina. Let's take a look. Let me just bust down these gummies. And then let's take a look at where Bill Belichick is going to end up. In my view, with Carolina. Am I already? All right, so there's Bill. Let's keep Bill on the big screen. And let's go and take a look at their schedule and see what we have in store for them. All right. American Conference. Okay. Carolina is still in the ACC for now. All right, man. So they're not ranked, but neither is TCU. And I guess, let me see where they are ranked. So let's make this. You know what I mean? As I'm gobbling, I got to get my college football rankings. I'm on my gummies. Gummy game is keeping me going. But we got to get these college football rankings. We're going to come off of Belichick. One more topic. We're going to slice of life, and then we'll call it. All right, let's go. This list is rankings. Tell me the rankings are not available. They came out the other day. Tell me they're not available. I know that they're available. Preseason rankings. Thank you, ESPN. All right. Texas, Penn State, Ohio State. Shout out to the Nittany Lions. Climbing back up. I need to see the complete rankings. Carolina's not ranked, but where? Are they top 100? What's going on? Okay. I need no. Okay. Do they rank beyond 25 or is just non-ranked? That seems like it might be a waste of time. But still, at least top 30 or top 40. And then after that, just all right. Top 25. Bit of a gaff there. So how far down the trough they are, we don't know. Open up with TCU at home. I give them that win. Okay? 2 unranked teams. At Charlotte, I give another one. At Richmond, I give another one. At UCF, another win. Like I'm not seeing these are they're an ACC team. They're playing okay. TCU, they've been good, offensive oriented. Charlotte, Richmond, UCF. Haven't heard too much from them, so I see 4-0. If Belichick can scheme out, because they're not really playing. All right, Clemson lost 4-1. All right, Cal major conference 4-2. Virginia in conference 4-3. At Syracuse 4-4. At Stanford 4-5. At Wake Forest now we can say 5-5. Duke, who has a consistent program, 5-6. NC State, who knows, 6-6. So they're playing one ranked opponent. Excuse me. They got one ranked opponent. Bill's new to the scene, but I didn't see Florida State in the mix. I didn't see Miami. Let's take a look at some of these other teams in there, right? Let's come back. No. Standings. I need standings. Thanks. Not the American Conference, the Atlantic Coast Conference. So, right? They miss number 10, Hurricanes. Miss 16, Mustangs. And the rest of these teams are just fighting for some notoriety. So they don't play 2 of the top 3 ranked opponents in the ACC. Never mind, they don't play Florida State. Don't play BC. Tough out. Got a coach over there that's building something. Pittsburgh, tradition there. Don't play the Hokies. I'm seeing a favorable schedule, but even with that, like Duke, no. Rivalry game, but Duke they've been trying to do some things. Stanford, no. Syracuse, no. Virginia, no. That's 4 in conference. So Duke, no. Stanford, 2. Syracuse, 3. Virginia, 4. California, 5. Right? Clemson, obviously not 6. Those are the 6 losses. Can they beat NC State? Can they beat They can beat NC State. They can beat Wake Forest. Could beat UCF, could beat Richmond. So yeah, tale of two seasons. Early in the year, it's quite favorable. Need to get off to a good start, get those wins on the board, get some momentum, get people excited and believing, all the rest of that stuff. And then after that, no dice. No dice when you go into season play and where it shakes up from there. A little bit of sympathy. Okay. He's just an old ball coach. Steve Spurrier went back to college. It's not. Saban never had much of an NFL career. His career is mostly in college. But these guys aren't Bill Belichick. These guys aren't, arguably the greatest coach of all time. Who are, spending their swan song years in a distant outpost. I'm not talking about the Carolina Panthers. We're talking about the Carolina Tarheels. I mean, what's going on here? So if he's just, he just wants to, right? This is kind of the antithesis of I just want to go back and live on my farm and live a quiet life, and I've been there and I've done that, and the NFL is behind me, and I'm just an old ball coach now. I can sit in my armchair. I can tell my funny stories, my war stories. People kind of I'm just the grand old man now. I would have liked to see Bill Belichick go out on his shield in the NFL, scratching, clawing, grinding for that all-time wins record. In an organization whereas he had to share power, he had to delegate. He's cut from the same cloth as Nick Saban. He's cut from the same cloth as Nick Saban. So what is Nick Saban a master at? Staffing up. All right, Bill O'Brien, you need a gap year, a transformation year to remake your image. Come on down to Bama. Steve Sarkisian, most certainly, you need to change your image. Come on down to Bama. Lane Kiffin, come on down to Bama. Kirby Smart. So it's up for debate whether Nick Saban was a better recruiter of players or whether he's a better recruiter of coaches. It's debatable. I just gave in terms of his coaching tree, which is bananas. Right? But he was always first in line with his 48-hour rule. We celebrate this for 48 hours, and then I don't want to hear about it. High school athletes, you took your great pictures from media day, enjoy it. Make it what, that's for perpetuity. So live in it. All right, and then you put those pictures away, and you're on your journey. Okay? And so Nick Saban never got lost in the sauce. He never believed the hype. He was happy for a day, right? Because that's what happens. Sports is winning and misery. When you win, yes, but that doesn't come immediately. All of the adulation doesn't come immediately. I'm sure you feel because people doubted you, right? That might be our human nature, the first thing that you think. All the people that said you couldn't do something. That's what Bill Parcells in there, For the rest of your life, nobody can tell you never did it because you did. So that was a part of his fuel. When people tell you can't, again, back to Plenty Sneaks. Thanks for all the people that support me, and more than that, thanks for all the people that don't. Because if and when I make it to the mountaintop, oh yeah, you're at the top of my mind. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Human nature. All right, there's other things that you could be thankful for and grateful for, beyond the but it's a part of the story. People that slept on you. It's a big part of the story. So you make it to the mountaintop, you have that sense of, right, you can't take this from me. I've people that didn't think I can do it, I've done it. I proved it to them. More than that, I proved it to myself. And I have this. It's not everything because you're still human, so life goes on. But it's something, and it has to be recognized, and it's a good thing. But Nick Saban doesn't stay there. 48 hours, it's gone. So that's why he has the championships on top of championships. He has the Ken Burns in him. He has the Bob Caro. Ken Burns, Poverty and Anonymity. 5 years of that for the Civil War documentary. Bob Carroll, the power broker, it took him 7 years. It's supposed to be 9 months. It took him 7 years. He says the power broker, that was a time of being broke. He's never been out of print. Won a Pulitzer Prize. He went on to study Lyndon Johnson. A number of those works have won Pulitzer Prizes as well. So the proof is in the pudding. But his process is this long. He hasn't changed his process from the power broker when he was broke, living in the Bronx, and just an outcast. He hasn't changed his process now that he's comfortable, but process remains the same. Okay, so with Bill Belichick, that's my rejoiner for him. He could have done that. The game changed. Okay, like Nick Saban is a ball control, defensive minded, ground and pound. That's how he sees the game. He changed. He won his first championships with Ingram defense, and just he saw the game was changing. It was becoming offense. So, right, walk in Steve Sarkisian, walk in Lane Kiffin, walk in Bill O'Brien. We're spreading it out. We're going to be about receivers now more so than running backs, even though we're going to have running backs. We're just going to have a filthy team overall because I am who I am, and I have the market, and I do what I do. So we're going to have Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts and Mac Jones on the same team. We're going to have Waddle and Jerry Jeudy and Ruggs on the same team. We're going to have just a super, and those guys are going to buy into the process. They're going to buy into the work, and they're all going to go out and have dynamic NFL careers, not just one. And he got people to understand that there's strength in that strength. So yeah, you can go to some podunk program and play, but you have no culture, and you're not really getting better. You come here into this cauldron, okay? Not only are you going to get better, you're going to wait. Shout out to Arch Manning. What's he been doing the last 2 years? It's ridiculous. He's been waiting 2 years. Yes, he's gotten all his money, but he's been ducking the spotlight and just getting better. And then he's going to light Ohio State up, and the rest is history. He's going to be the Heisman Trophy, as far as I'm concerned, winner. And then the odds are he's coming back to Texas to do it again. And then he's going to the NFL. He's taking the Tim Duncan route. He's taking the David Robinson route. We're not really, we don't really herald that. We don't really, people don't. Where are the flowers for Tim Duncan for taking the long road? Where's the flowers for David Robinson for taking the long road? In this age of NIL, where is that? They're 30 for 30 because we need it. Who knows what ESPN is doing? The Disney people, a lot of very talented people, they apparently don't need. I don't understand that nonsense. You don't need a Jeff Van Gundy. You don't need a Max Kellerman. You don't need a Tony Reali. I don't get it. That's just me. But maybe it's the canary in the coal mine, folks. Am I being dystopic? Am I being alarmist? I'm not being none of those things. I'm just speaking facts. I just named a number of dynamic, uber talented individuals that ESPN, for some reason, the worldwide leader in sports, could not find a place for. But you're the worldwide leader in sports, right? That's, to me, what the canaries in the coal mine that you're hearing about, this artificial intelligence and these coders that can't find jobs, that graduated from MIT, they graduated from Harvard, they graduated from Yale or wherever. And the other Yale and Harvard graduates are saying, no thanks. Right? Because Zuck, he's a Harvard guy. Gates, Harvard guy. No. Microsoft is not, Harvard is not hiring Harvard. Allegedly. This is some of the canaries that we're hearing. Maybe it's just fake news. Okay, never mind. Run of the mill. Didn't have the gumption of my former, I told you about my grandparents. Generation. And my parents, same thing. Grinders. Mom, dad, grinders. Corporate America, grinding. Went to freaking elementary school with Bill Murray's kid. Stop it. That's my upbringing. Didn't understand it then. I understand it now. What it took to live in that hyper-competitive space. Okay? So that super talented, super motivated. And you're saying you can't find a place? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Okay? Vis-a-vis the ESPN situation, and then vis-a-vis the artificial intelligence situation. If it's the case, there's so much going. You know what I mean? You think back to like Y2K in the world is, so I'm not. But certainly somebody who works in education. I think this is the conversation, and we are going to get to the UFC and Dana White and his bag. We're going to talk about that, yes, sir. But I think this is, where. Never mind just cost of living and yada yada yada, recessions, yada yada yada. But like jobs. What are the jobs? You're gonna tell me that the elite tech people can't get jobs? and everything's going to tech. Honestly, what I think needs to happen is I think the people need to say, if you don't hire people, we're not buying your products. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. No, I think that's what needs to happen. We love our convenience. We love, right? Bezos. I was thinking about, I need this, I need that, I need some more gummies. I was gonna go to Amazon to get more of the Trader Joe's gummies because they sell out. They're not always there. I bet these bad boys sell out. So I'm like, Trader Joe's got these, but they sell out. So I don't want to be that guy, but I got to get 6 and 7 now when I go in. I don't want you not to have gummies, but I need to have my gummies, right? So I want you to have the gummies too, but if they ain't got the re-up on the gummies, then one of us gonna lose out. And if I see 7 there and nobody, I'm taking 7. I'm getting mines for the week. But I was like, they're so tasty, and don't tell my trainer this. Yes, I need to do push-ups and sit-ups. I got that. Don't tell my trainer. But you know what I mean? I was saying, like, because if Trader Joe's ain't got them, and that's the only Trader Joe's in town, I might have to go to Amazon to get my gummies. I might have to go right from the Connect. I might have to wholesale my gummies. I was ready to wholesale my gummies. I didn't get there just because, right? I gotta do this, I gotta do this. People yelling at me, people screaming at me, bill collectors are threatening me. You know, so I didn't get to M, but I was ready to get like 3 or 4 boxes of my gummies so that I just have them through 2026. Because they're only $2, and it's like, this is you get portions. I work in New Bedford, man. Shout out to Celia's in New Bedford. Shout out to New Bedford, working class city, great city, people, culture. You know, every city has things it's working on, but culture. Man, you go to Celia's, you go to that neighborhood spot, you paying $13, you getting a plate and a half. You getting 2 plates, right? When I go to Great House, I get my combo, my orange chicken with the white rice and the boneless spare rib combo. That's 2 meals. I'm banging out for the first meal for Monday Night Football because Monday, it's the school year. I'm tired. Let me get this quick. You know, you're not getting home because meetings. It's work. We all work. I'm not special. But I go get my little takeout, you know, but whatever it is. And I had no problem when COVID happened. It was like, you're going to pay a little bit more gratuity. Good. Because we had neighborhood restaurants that grinded through COVID like nothing. Like, grinded through COVID. Like, the world shut down and some of these neighborhoods, mom and pops, we're just looking at them. I'm supposed to be, what? You think we leaving? You think we not going to continue through? You know, put the dividers up and stuff like that. Next. About that. On the other side of town, was it Golden Fountain or another joint in the Westgate Pharmacy, right? Every single business in the shopping mall at a time went under, except the Asian restaurant, the Chinese restaurant. Every other business closed door. That Golden Fountain. What you think this is? No, we about that. Yeah. And then they've come out of COVID. The Westgate shopping plaza has actually rejuvenated itself. They have a Brazilian butchery there. I believe Papa John's might be moving. I'm not sure, but there's you just get we have a thriving Brazilian American population here on the Cape, and they're wonderful, and we love them. But they want that authentic food, so they open up a lot of businesses. The Brazilian Grill is one of the spots. If you visit the Cape, if you visit Barnstable, you're familiar with the Brazilian Grill. And they have, Torino, which is a Brazilian American restaurant nightclub. They have Goal, which is Brazilian American grocery store. But now in West Main, they got this, and it looks good from the outside. You can see how it's set up. They've invested the right way in it. Place is bumping. So the shopping malls come back, but COVID, recession, it was a ghost town over there, except that Asian restaurant, and they was not amused and they was not fazed. Right? Back to Micah Parsons and them young ones out there. I want the truth. You're not gonna hold me back. You got that fire? Wilderness. Go ahead. At one point, that was me. I tried to, I swung big. Some I hit, some I missed. Right? But I remember, right? You got that fire. Head to the wilderness, bro. and go out there and then you come back a changed and transformed, then we can talk. Until then, get up out my face. You're bugging me. As they say in Treme, you're bugging me. And you're ugly. You're bugging me. Shout out to the Treme. You're bugging me and you're ugly. You're bugging me. All right, we got to talk about this. We're going to get in this slice of life. This is SandCity Sports. We're doing what we're doing. Appreciate folks. Passion Project. Thanks to Chris for being with us. Whoever. We're in the building, folks. This is the Passion Project. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to do this. Where it goes, nobody knows, but I'm doing what I'm doing. I got to build it up. I got to enhance certain things. I got to get my clips out, so that's in the mix, but I'm happy to be in the building, to do the actual episode. And then we have to do the post-production to level up, frankly. Got to do the post-production and level up, but we're going to talk about, it needs to be talked about. Never mind just because of right. So no, that's not the one I need. Yeah, I need that one. I need that one. I need that one. It's not the critic that counts. Not the man that points out where the strong man stumbles, or the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man in the arena. Credit belongs to the man in the arena, folks. Tom Brady, that was his mantra. That this is Teddy Roosevelt. Shout out to the Roosevelt's documentary. Ken Burns, go ahead and check it out. Masterful, bringing the history to life. That's real artwork. What Ken Burns does. Talking about we don't need PBS. We don't need artwork. We don't need light. We don't need light in our society to guide us, to unite us. We can't agree on much. We can agree on art. We can't agree on much. We can agree on art many times in beauty. Even if you're reviling and you're hating, you can't deny it. You can't doubt it. It's there. It exists. Right? So that's what PBS brings us. That's what Ken Burns brings us. He brings us art and beauty, and we need it. Interesting that people are lockstep and opposed against it. I guess that's just humanity. It's always going to be a battle, right? You can't get too comfortable. That's what the Dark Ages were. We didn't need, the Dark Ages after the collapse of the Roman Empire, because we don't need this learning, and we can figure it out ourselves. And that was the age of Wergeld, Wergeld. Wergeld. What's Wergeld mean? It means blood money. It means an eye for an eye. Collapse of the justice system after the Roman Empire, the rule of Wergeld, blood for blood. You kill one of mine, I have to kill one of yours. And it just never ends. So one person dies, and then it just never ends. There's no resolution. There's no catharsis. There's no justice. There's no punishment. Well, there is punishment, but we all suffer, rather than punishing the individual that needs to suffer and the society moving forward. Wergeld. Okay, this is what took hold after the Roman Empire and into the Dark Ages. The Romans had aqueducts. People bathed weekly basis. Dark Ages, Europe, bubonic plague, one bath a year, if that. No running water. No idea of the importance of running water. How to even imagine running water. Warring states period, the different fiefdoms fighting, all the rest of that stuff. And then you have a renaissance, a rebirth, right? Renaissance, it means a rebirth of knowledge. Right? It's not the critic that counts. It's the person that's in the arena. The critic in the arena, doing things, failing, succeeding, striving, continuing. And that's Dana White. Are politics the same? Absolutely not. Do I think what America needs is UFC at the White House? Nope. In all of our national needs and narrative, a UFC battle royale on the grass of the White House is not in my top 10. I don't mind telling you. Will it sell out? Will it be a box office bonanza? Oh, yeah. Again, I don't know in the age, right? If that's where the superpower needs to have its focus. we love sports in this country, no doubt about it. It's central to who we are. But those games are played like in the stadiums. Like the White House is where the national business takes place, right? So the president can go to the stadium, but the Coliseum does not come to the right. Right, the Coliseum is here. The Senate is there. Right. We don't bring the Coliseum to the government until now. Uh, you know, so that I'm laying out my political reservations, strong political reservations to this concept, and the unnecessary nature of the event. Let's keep it 100, folks. There's no reason you can't have a UFC event in DC at the stadiums that they have in DC. They have stadiums for those events. Okay, the White House is where the leader of the free world lives to conduct the very serious business of the most powerful empire in the history of civilization. That's what the White House is for. And there's no reason those two can't coexist, right? But to you know, right? The president can go to the stadium, that we're good. But the stadium coming to the White House, I don't think we're good. Economically, bonanza. Because of the novelty of it, it's never been done, right? The first, they talk about a one-hit wonder. Okay, so it's going to be there's a mega bag that's going to be secured. If this were to become the status quo, now you're talking about revolution, right? Because we're human beings, so we always want to do what we're told not to do. You tell somebody not to do something, what's the first thing you want to do? I want to do it. This is going all the way back, depending on your beliefs and your value system, right? This is if you're coming from the Judeo-Christian worldview, then this is the beginning of everything, right? We can have it all. Tell us one thing we can't do. That's what I got to do. But you have everything else, and you don't really need that one thing. But I got to do it. Don't really make much sense. Take a step back. It could work better. It will work better restraining. Nah, bro. I got to get mine. Right? I got to get mine. We gotta do it. So right now that's Dana White. Excuse me. This is twofold. Let's come up. Yeah, folks. 7.7 billions. 7.7 billions for Paramount exclusive rights. So once again, as we're seeing this brave new world, the streaming services, the platforms are going to the content creators and not the other way around. You create the content, as he has masterfully done. You create the community, the network, the society. We're paying top dollar for your audience. All right, they're moving away from ESPN. There's going to be disruption, so on and forth. It's going to look different. Now again, the UFC. You need Paramount. So Paramounts are going to go through the roof because people love UFC. It's not necessarily my cup of tea at all. Certain things are, certain things aren't. I'm not really. I can do boxing. I can do. It's not really. Just people cold and beating them. But it's in our nature, and people do it. They have great community. It's organized. There's health and safety protocols. It's not necessarily for me. Okay. But let's just unpack this a little bit further. We're going to get in the slice of life after that. So Dana White, and I will put this. The combat sports industry is now walking to the beat. If they weren't in lockstep before, certainly now, of Dana White. Okay, this is bold, all of those things. But I don't think it's going to have the same result as the Sphere in Las Vegas, which they said was bankrupt after, like, in its first year. Okay, so he secures the revenue. He certainly has the content and that the product that people want to consume. There's obviously price points, right? So people, Netflix was $10. Now it's like almost $20. I don't even really watch Netflix. I'm frankly the MVP. I take pride in that. Do I have the money to be the MVP for 4 or 5 other people? No. But there's tremendous content there. There's Breaking Bad. There's House of Cards. There's just so much great stuff. I don't watch it. That's good money after bad, frankly. But I don't kick myself because I don't watch it, because there's so much stuff that I might want to watch that it doesn't really bother me, even though the price is double. But I haven't, And so I think that's where we're at. I might not watch all these UFC events, but I'm still gonna have my Paramount subscription because I might watch a UFC event, and I rock with them. And so it's gonna be $10, then it's gonna be $12, then it's gonna be $14, then it's gonna be $17, then it's gonna be $20, it's gonna be $25. Like, it just creeps up, and you don't really see it. You don't really see the tide rising until it's at your top lip, right? And you lose one oxygen source. Like, we see the tide when it's here. It's like, oh, like, I'm majority underwater. And if it keeps going up, like, I'm not going to be able to breathe out of my my largest oxygen source. What's going on here? Shout out to Whitney Cummings' comic, her book, I'm Fine and Other Lies, right? The cover for that book is awesome. It's just somebody up to their neck in water and just smiling. I think we get to that point. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the human condition. A lot of times we have to decompress. We have to unburden ourselves, but that's where it gets, we're smiling, but we're like up to our neck in just the day-to-day grind. So Dana White has put himself on the other side of that, from the upstart company that was trying to find its niche, that didn't have weight classes, that didn't have direction, that didn't have, a leader, didn't have a maestro. And not that Dana White, he doesn't, he's the commissioner. He's not the full, but he's the commissioner, and he's a darn good commissioner. And it's worked out where he gets, he speaking of Bill Belichick in like partnerships. He doesn't own UFC. He's not a billionaire. He might be a billionaire now, but he's not the Daddy Warbucks. He's the visionary and the manager. And the people, right? That's the Belichick and Kraft when it worked. Why it worked? Because Kraft was the money man, Belichick was the football man, and they just left each other alone. At times, because Belichick was wrong about Brady. He's dead wrong. And it wasn't system. It was, it's not system, it's ingredients. It's not the chef, it's the ingredients. But Kraft stepped in those instances, and he should have stepped in, frankly. They should have kept Tyreek Hill. Shouldn't have been a one strike and you're out deal. As I go for my gummies. That was wrong and stupid. Stupid. They lost the last game to the Dolphins. They gave up a bye, and they lost, and they got embarrassed by the Titans at home. It ended with a whimper. If you keep not Tyreek Hill, Antonio Brown, and all of his excesses, you look at what Brady did with him the next year. Same person with more distractions. They won a Super Bowl. He caught between Antonio Brown and Gronk, right? They caught 3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. So did it work out? Never mind, Patrick Mahomes was running for his life. But Tom Brady, the general manager, he said, keep Antonio. Belichick, no. Culture. And they lost home field advantage, and they got embarrassed in the first round. If they had Antonio Brown, they wouldn't have, either of those two things wouldn't happen. So Brady was right. It's about the ingredients. Okay, and this is what UFC understands. They have what Jerry Jones won't allow in Dallas, a partnership and a symmetry. So they have arguments, yes, but they come back and they're reasonable. They stay together. Okay, I need this much more, but it's going to allow for this much more return on investment. And after a while, folks, frankly, like, what do we even do? What are we even doing here? When you get to that Dave Portnoy level, and obviously there's always levels beyond, Elon Musk is still, with Elon Musk, the richest people in the world have $200+ billion. Zuckerberg and Bezos in their total. Now it fluctuates, but it's crazy that Elon Musk has $200 billion more than the $200 billion that Zuckerberg and Bezos have. That in and of itself, let's get an economist in here for that. So to even have $200 billion to start with is it's hard to, right? What you can do with it. You're obviously not taking any of it with you. I saw, shout out to Inside History platform on social media that talks about the richest people in history or nations. Or like first it was individuals and it was nations. So the United States is the richest nation, I don't mind telling you, with $170 trillion. The richest empire in human civilization. But then it was talking about individuals, their trillions. And it was Genghis Khan with like 120, just like the Mongol Empire, which he was, right? What he held sway over. Genghis Khan, interesting for a number of reasons. Unknown tomb where he's buried. And to even, it just kind of goes to who these individuals, to even think like that. Certainly the pharaohs wanted to be remembered forever with the pyramids. Not just the pharaohs, this is common. It has to be this overarching monument to the individuals who were themselves monumental. I'm not going to act like a Caesar or a pharaoh is not a monumental individual in terms of what they held sway over. But it is still one individual amongst a mighty civilization, A. And then B, it goes to, they're not just more powerful than you physically. These individuals are far more powerful than you intellectually, right? To even think, like Genghis Khan, his foresight to say this will create a legacy and a legend. You're not going to know where I'm buried. And did dozens and hundreds of people need to die? We're talking about Genghis Khan now. In order for this to happen, because wherever he was buried, and we are going to finish with Dana White. So they buried, so he's buried somewhere. And then all the people that witnessed that, it was like a pact. So they killed themselves. Right? But I don't think that everybody killed themselves. It was multiple. Yeah, and this is facts. So like a river was rediverted. They changed the course of a river. All these things that went. It wasn't bury the leader, and then we go like 10 steps down the road, and then we all, because you would be found. Or it would happen, right? They would be onto that. You would find, okay, so all these Mongols are here, so what the heck were they doing? Where the heck is Genghis Khan, right? If it's all in one place. But he went to it, so he's buried in one place, and then a certain amount are buried near there, and then they all went to like a far other place. So it's not that with Genghis Khan, nobody knows where the people that buried him are buried. And this mystery, along with the fact that he had 170 or 120 trillion dollars under his control, hundreds of trillions of dollars. Am I making a one-to-one comparison between Dana White and Genghis Khan? No, I'm not, folks. But I am saying that U.F.C. and Dana White and their organization are a poster child for symmetry and collaboration to get this deal done. Because Dana White's not the money man. But the organization allows him to be the visionary to make these mega deals that reinvents the game. And there's no my turn, you're showing me up, I'm jealous, right? He's not the mega money man, but he's the visionary. And they let him lead to the places that, are not just profitable, but this is, am I saying this is a stroke of genius? No. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that knowledge hits a target that nobody can hit. And this is where I place this deal with Dana White. Okay? People didn't have him not just leaving ESPN, not just securing these figures, not just positioning himself for further, right, to put himself in an NFL conversation. Whereas, yeah, you're giving me $7 billion now for 7 years, but in 7 years it's going to be $10 billion. Or that number per year is going up. So this is just the first deal, but the next streaming deal is going to be bigger than this streaming deal, which is why you're giving me the first streaming deal. Okay, so that's a target that nobody else could hit. These other leagues could, upstart leagues. Again, we're not talking about the NFL. We're not talking about the Major League. Excuse me, I dropped the gummy. 5-second rule is in effect. I can't find the gummy. I'm gonna have to wash that gummy off. The gummies went missing. Isn't that the worst thing when you drop something and you can't see it? So now it's frustrating, but I still got an extra. I got this one. But the other gummy, I'm gonna have to get that. I'm gonna have to get that when I get it. Frustrating because I just dropped it, but I can't find it, and I can't reach, all the rest of that stuff. Because we winding down. We T-minus 20 minutes on this check-in. It's been a beautiful thing. Folks, I think we might have to go. Yeah, we're doing 25 minutes. We're gonna go past 2. SandCity Sports in the building tonight, folks. I'm sorry. I'm doing the gummies and I'm talking. On the East Coast, we getting late. It's a Wednesday. It's August, so folks are working. I'm taking in these last couple of days before I got to take my behind back to work. West Coast, a little bit more amenable. What do we got? Midi, 11. It's only 10:41. So West Coast, y'all are just getting into y'all are just kicking your feet up. You ain't going to bed before no midnight as an adult. Well, I don't know. Hold on, because you might have kids, so you might be passed out by 9:27. As soon as that kid go to sleep, you are done. So yeah. But I know the bachelors out there. Y'all up with me. Bachelors are up. Now married folks, it's 10. You've been done. You've been in the bed, watching the youngster, eyeing them, waiting for them to clock out. You got all so you can hear them in case they wake up, but then you get that rest. So you guys, but we, SandCity, we in the building for another 20 or so minutes, right? I'm talking about Dana White. I'm talking about Genghis Khan. What's the deal? The deal is not just we coming back to the roots. This is not just one haymaker that landed. These are 2 haymakers that have landed. Talk about Mike Tyson's knockouts. Talk about what an event to see the train wreck that was coming. Talking about he got that Zeus in his hands. Zeus knocking people literally into next Tuesday. People show up for that. So this is 2 of those for Dana White. Yes, he secured the $7.7 billion, the first deal leading to the next deal of similar magnitude. Right, you sign this deal for the next deal, but also, the UFC at the White House. Told you how I feel about it, but that's just me. Could you go ahead and jump in, folks, if you feel differently? But be 100% with me on this. Be 100% with me. It's going to be a bonanza. The UFC at the White House is going to break records. People are tuning in. So never mind. Is it good? Yada, yada, yada. That's going to be discussed. What is it? Say, all of the, now it's not good for the nation. It's not good for the nation, right? Internally, it's not good. It's just never been done for a reason. Internationally, it's not good. We talk about, I don't look at myself as a basketball coach. I look at myself as a leader who happens to coach basketball. That's Coach K. So if I'm another country and our young people are being taught to learn English, because that's the market that they need to be a part of in order to lift themselves up out of poverty, and there's this reverence and determination are close, to Americanize and to take part in this Western civilization that has produced riches untold. If that's what I'm looking at, and I'm saying to myself, you're having a gladiatorial match on the lawn of one of your most honored political locations, the White House lawn, where presidents give decrees that shape planets, the presidential decree from the White House lawn shapes, dictates how human civilization lives, and you're taking time away from that task for a gladiatorial match, which you could just as easily hold 2 or 3 miles, if that, down the road in its appropriate setting. So that, let's just, and we're gonna come back but that's the input. So it's gonna make a lot of money and be a spectacle. But certainly as you get older, you realize you've lost respect. It's going to be a spectacle, but the price for the spectacle is you've lost respect, which is much more valuable in the aggregate. That respect is the value. That belief is the power. That's power. That's what you're losing based on this spectacle. Okay? Just talked about Genghis Khan and how he, learned about him from my teachers. A lot more to learn about him, but he was about power. His power, which has reigned out, right? The mystery of Genghis Khan, that he still has power, centuries later because of what he did and then how he lived. People are saying, oh, right? Oh, Genghis Khan, that you take that deep breath, reverence, right? That's what's being lost here. I'm supposed to revere that? God, this is ridiculous. Nothing honorable in that. Nothing sophisticated. You're not on a higher plane. You know what I mean? We wouldn't do that. I'm going to have a gladiatorial match on my front lawn. I'm going to have a boxing match in my living room. What's the point of that? You can do it just to do it. But you're gonna have boxing matches in your living room and think that house is gonna stand? That's a house divided. That can't last long term. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So that's the cost, as far as I'm concerned. Have the spectacle. All right. Have the moment. The empire then is going to a crossroads. Empire is at a crossroads. All right. About 20 minutes left. Maybe more. Just thereabouts. We're close to 20. SandCity, we here. Been a good episode. We had to do the snackaroodies. Shout out to Dana White. We had to do the snackaroodies just because we did. Keep me going. The tussin, keeping me going. What in the Sam Hill? Okay, so let's see where we're going to start off here. Yes, sir. We got a lot of words of wisdom. So there's a lot of good economic stuff that I have. There's a lot of economic stuff, and then there's a lot of just slice of life stuff. So how do I want to do this? It's a sports show, so we're gonna do sports here. Let's start with sports. So yeah, all right, let's start with sports, and then we'll go from there in our slice of life. And we talked about this. That's not the link that I needed. It's not the link that I asked for. You're giving me the same link. What are we doing? You got to land the plane here, folks. I don't care how long I've been on. You got to land the plane. Right? Takeoff is easy. Landing, that's where the rubber meets the road. Anybody can take off. Not anybody can land. Learn that from Blow. Shout out to Johnny Depp.
From college for a little bit. That boy from college for a little bit. That boy from college for look at it. Y'all see his beard? Oh my goodness. My God.
Yeah, talk about
that boy home from college for a little bit.
Yeah.
That boy from college for a little bit. That boy from college for look at it. Y'all see his beard? Oh my goodness. My God.
That's the joy right there, folks. Right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. We celebrating right now. Right? Because when we didn't have nothing, when we was that single parent, that kid that, but now we have it and we gonna celebrate. It's a beautiful thing. Well, you gotta no. You ain't have all that. Where was the support and the encouragement, enthusiasm when I was sitting in the doggone house by myself without my dad? Home at home, but well, that's just society and people. You ain't had no support and love then, but now you want to talk sideways about what we built up and just having joy and loving it. Miss me with that. Okay, love this energy that LeBron has. Okay, remembering where he come from.
That boy home from college
You
for
see the
a
chef
little
over
bit.
there working.
That boy
The
from
dog.
college for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a kid from
That
Akron.
boy from college for look at it. Y'all see his beard?
Huh?
Oh my goodness. My God.
Family's in here. And that's not the $1 million. He's building another $1 million. That's the current home. And they built another one too. Yeah. So that just goes into to the Lakers, and I don't think he's leaving. But got the chef over there, chefing up the tacos. Healthy. I come in, that meal is ready for me, baby. I get my burrito grande. I do the chipotle, so I do my burrito bowl. I come in, the burrito bowl ready for me, baby. I'm going all in. I'm getting that burrito bowl going on. Oh, yeah. Take a nap, then go to work out. You got to work it off. You can't just be grubbing. You got to work it off. And then we move to the next thing. It's a beautiful thing. So, yeah, we talked about that. Now, this is a young guy coming up through the ranks.
Youngest player that was at the Nike Elite 100 basketball camp this week. And he was also somehow the best offensive player I saw. How is that possible? Well, Colton Hiller is simply a basketball savant. And pretty soon he will have an offer from every college in America. Oh, yeah. Colton Hiller does not carry himself like a kid who turned 15 years old last week. His three-point stroke is quite literally 14. Perfect. And he was confidently pulling that thing from nearly 30 feet at times. And he is so under control, hitting defenders with pump fakes into one dribble pull-ups. He also really takes his time when attacking the rim, which is probably the most impressive thing for his age. Colton is already 6'5", and he's a very good athlete, throwing down many dunks out in transition throughout the week. Colton finished the week top 10 in total points scored and picked up an offer from Villanova following this performance, a school in his home state of Pennsylvania. But I expect pretty much everyone to be involved in his recruitment soon. This is the youngest player that was at the Nike Elite 100 basketball camp this.
All right, folks, let's just break this down. Respect for this young man. He's the new hotness that's coming up through the ranks, right? This is the Todd Marinovich level, the Todd Marinovich phase. Go ahead and check out the Marinovich Project, 30 for 30, so you can get the information about the Robo QB and what it takes to level up like this, to be 13, 14, and to be competing with the elite, And so, again, Larry Bird, shots upon shots, hours upon hours. This kid that's where he's been, because he's 14, turning 15. So you got to figure 6, 7. He spent at least 5 years. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. At least 5. But it could go farther back. You go to Todd Marinovich, like 7, 8. Building to have this skill at this age. So we call these are the prodigies. All right. And so it's a story. But here's the thing, folks. That fire that he has right now as an 8, right? Because this is amazing. You're in 8th grade. It's all potential, right? It's all. And then again, you're in 8th grade. So you're an 8th grader. We playing 2K all night, you know what I mean? Eating gummy. We don't got distractions. We're not worried about all this other stuff. You can just be a kid and hoop. You be a kid and hoop. Go to your books, hoop, repeat. Distractions have not come into fruition yet. So I reckon, because this is what happens. We see the child phenom. Like that was OJ Mayo. Am I saying he's on the same path? No, I'm not. But that was Imani Bates. Am I saying he's on the same path? No, I'm not. But that's the pitfall. The pitfalls, plural, of our child prodigies. Okay? So you start ahead, and now you have to stay ahead. But we get complacent. I'm talking about myself now. Now come the distractions. It seems, people want to be around me. You're a young kid, red-blooded young man. I want to be around people. You don't need to practice that hard. Come on, hang out. How many followers you got on IG? Just 100. We got to get you to 1 million. You got to have your viral moments because we're always having, our lives are just highlights one after the other. Isn't that right? We just go highlight to highlight. Did you see my reel today? All my highlights? What's going to be in my reel tomorrow? More highlights. After that, more highlights. Because that's my life. Highlight after that. That's life now. And then we have to find new highlights because we're running out of, right? We have to be happy about something else. We've been, I can't just have, 4 chocolate cookies, which were delicious, which I got to have 8. Then I got to have 12. Then I got to have, now, is that the best for you? I don't know. But I got to have new highlights. Right? So we're going to get to in the next clip. This is, it's I don't want to put it. He's a man on a wire. But that's another good documentary that you should check out, Man on a Wire, Out of This World. Right? And we go looking for the next 8th grade phenom, and they're going to do all these other things. It's going to be the next LeBron. It's going to be the next Kobe. And we just and we put those blinders on. We forget that they're 13 and 14-year-old kids. Never mind this information age. They're kids. They're exposed to far too much. That's a cost of consumerism. Right? You have access to things that you don't really need access to. But they're talented in one thing. And so let's just put all our eggs in that basket and see where it takes us. We know where it's taking us, folks. Okay? Right, Michael Beasley trying to reform himself. Right? That's why the Boozer brothers, Carlos, no, you're not skipping steps. You're not playing up. You're staying with your age group. Okay? Yeah, we're taking our time. Arch Manning, chief example. So it's a rite of passage. But we don't often talk about how much responsibility it is for our child phenoms. And it's a big responsibility, and that's what the next clip is going to get into.
Youth sports has gone completely off the rails, then you haven't been keeping up with the Little League World Series. Now, I already knew things were messed up when I learned about this kid. His name is Brendan, and at 11 years old, he and his parents went on NBC News to talk about getting Tommy John. Then last year, I saw a viral video of a different kid who showed up to his game dripped out in every accessory known to mankind. This year, I learned that some bats go for $600. We have travel teams who ride in team-branded charter buses, and a few middle schoolers have signed NIL deals. All of that leads us to this year's Little League World Series. Now, the final tourney, the one in Williamsport, hasn't even started yet, but we're already 2 scandals deep in the regionals. The first required legal action. What you're seeing here is Marco Rocco, a 12-year-old from New Jersey who got his pitch and went deep to center. He celebrated with a monster bat flip, but the fun ended there. He was promptly ejected from the game and given a 1-game suspension. His parents had none of it though. They filed an emergency temporary restraining order so he'd be able to play in the next game. After a judge ruled in his favor, Marco was reinstated. That's not all though. In the Southwestern region, we were treated to Oklahoma's sign-stealing scandal. Umpires had to intervene twice in this game to stop the runner on second base from signaling the pitch. Now, the reason we're seeing stories like these play out is because American parents now spend $40 billion per year on youth sports. For reference, that is roughly the same size as the entire video game market. That is not normal. When these parents were 12 years old, people didn't even think of youth sports as a market. Leagues were nonprofit, and most equipment was handed down. Fast forward, and we've got 10-year-olds flying cross-country for tournaments. The sad part here is 70% of these kids will quit sports by the age of 13 because the fun has been sucked out. Something that was supposed to be about neighborhood pride and competition has been twisted into a $40 billion industry that caters more to the parent, and the kids are paying the final price. I'm Fred Michael Smith, and that's my take. If you didn't already...
All right, so that's an incredibly strong take. We don't play a hate, we congratulate. Check that man because he that. right? You want to talk about how much just neon content that we have. I find it, I discuss it, whatever. Okay, but these is just very strong and on and on and on. Okay, so we just saw the 15-year-old phenom, but that's right. 70% of these guys, they quit. Naomi Osaka talks about this. Talks about her mental health journey. Okay, do you want to be Mozart? We all say yes because Mozart is Mozart. But how about the 10,000 hours? Talk about the Beatles. We talk about Malcolm. The Beatles, who they were this punk band, and somebody believed in them, took them to Scandinavia, and then just had them playing in hole-in-the-wall clubs throughout their youth. He saw their potential. He took them on the road. You're playing, and you're only 13, so so you're not in school, which is one thing. You're doing what you love to do all the time. Maybe you don't want to be in school. Maybe you want to just be living it. But hours after hours after hours after hours, no celebrity, you're just out, and they come back, however long, 10 years, whatever, and then they're the Beatles. This is amazing. Yeah, but how about the youth that they lost? And you see how it affected them. All right, because there's no skipping steps. We learn this over and over and over and over again in sports. It gives context to the Arch Mannings and the David Robinsons and the Tim Duncans. There's no skipping steps. There's things that you need to learn. And you're not an 18-year-old, not a 22-year-old. 22-year-old, not a 26-year-old. And on and on and on. You're not the same. Physically, right? Well, because that's what he's a phenomenal athlete. It's unbelievable. Yes. Different people grow, different times, that whole thing. But, he's also 14. The 14 outweighs the phenom, but we put the phenom before the 14. And disaster awaits. 14 goes before phenom. The Mannings understand this. Others can understand it as well. Let's stay with this. Talk about another phenom. How does it work?
This is 19-year-old Derek Jeter. He's the Yankees' first-round draft pick this year. He's a shortstop with a powerful arm and was the highest drafted high school player in the country. And the Bronx Bombers got him. Tell you one thing, Derek's mighty happy they did.
I never really thought about the Yankees because everyone said fifth. I go fifth, Cincinnati. That was definite. And then when the scout called from New York, I couldn't be happier.
Derek was a high school standout in Kalamazoo, Michigan. But his birthplace was not far from Yankee Stadium. It was in New Jersey. And so his favorite team growing up had to be the Yankees.
My uncle used to have season tickets, and I used to go visit my grandmother in New Jersey every summer. We used to go to the games all the time. I always hoped to play for New York, and I got lucky.
Lucky? Well, I guess he's right. Because he had a dad that played ball in college and knew how to coach a young player with talent.
He said he'd be behind me 100% whatever I chose to do. And I chose baseball, and he supported me totally. Well, I just loved the game, and he would help me out in it and practice with me on weekends and whenever I want. So that's how I really got started.
Leaving home, of course, can make anybody homesick, especially when they have to adjust to a new level of pitching.
In high school, at the best, I'd see a pitcher throws about 75, 80 miles an hour. Here, you see pitchers that throw 90 almost every day. Good curveballs and everything. So it's a big adjustment.
So far, Derek Jeter is handling the transition to professional ball pretty well. In fact, he's already stood out as one of the most improved players in the Yankee Rookie League. As he sets out on the road to the big leagues, Derek Jeter knows he has to keep his throws as well as his attitude right on target.
Tell me to keep playing, keep improving, and the number one thing is to have fun because it's a game, and that's what they tell me.
Fans, this is 19-year-old Derek Jeter.
Keep playing. Keep improving. Number one thing is to have fun because it's a game. Pato, I'm gonna support you whatever you do. I'm gonna support you. I'm gonna support you. You know, you do this, I'm gonna support you. Play baseball, play football, play bat. What do you want to do? Now I'm telling you what to do, and then I'm going to dictate all these hours. What do you want to do? Okay, support. Let's go and do this. All right. And as he's getting better and better, are they saying, well, you deserve less and less privilege and responsibility? No, more and more privilege. You know, more and more responsibility, less and less privilege. As he's getting better and better. You got okay. Shaquille O'Neal, same thing. His dad and what, you know, stepdad instilled in him. No, more and more talent, more and more responsibility, period. And I don't want to hear it. Okay, seemed like he's spending hours upon hours